माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
विद्वानों के बीच में आना पड़ता है ना। आइटम नंबर 13 श्री BL वर्मा जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
यस अलाउ यू नो बाबू जी।
6 जुलाई 2021 को नए सहकारिता मंत्रालय के गठन के बाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के सहकार से समृद्धि के विजन को अकल्पनीय तरह से पूरा करते हुए हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी ने की ओर से जो प्रस्ताव किया है कि मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी अधिनियम 2002 का और संशोधन करने के लिए विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए।
Sir, I rise to oppose the introduction of the Multi-State Cooperatives Amendment Bill 2022 under Rule 72(2) of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha and as per the provisions of the Constitution of India. Yes, sir, I am coming to...
इस पर कभी इस पर डिबेट हो जाना चाहिए। ये डिबेट हो जाना चाहिए। जो कानून आप पढ़ते हो 72(2), ठीक है ना। डिबेट क्या है कि इस संसद को इस कानून को पास करने की विधायी क्षमता है ना, यही विषय है ना। अब मेरे शायद में आपसे ज्ञानी कोई नहीं है। मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट जब से बना, मैं कोऑपरेटिव में रहा हूं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का एक्ट है और राज्य का कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट है, यही है ना। बोलिए इनके प्रेमचंद्र जी।
Thank you. I fully agree with you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I am on technical points.
Yes.
And on the basis of the constitutional provisions, I am opposing the introduction of the Multi-State Cooperatives Bill 2022. Sir, the first point which I would like to make is, you may kindly go through Article 243, Z capital H, Clause C and Clause D of that definition. That is the Constitution of India. Article 243, capital Z, capital H, and subclause C and D. Subclause C of the provision clearly defines what is a cooperative society. Means a society registered or deemed to be registered under any law relating to cooperative societies for the time being in force in the state. And multi-state cooperative society, as rightly Honorable Speaker has just now mentioned, it is as per the law passed by the Parliament and it belongs to the Union of India. My technical point is, this bill is against the spirit of this definition incorporated in Part 9B of the Constitution, that is newly added amended provision, the cooperative societies. A chapter is also there, in which there is no particular specific provision by which a cooperative society which is incorporated under the state law can be merged into a multi-state cooperative society. That is my technical objection, for which a particular, because Chapter 9B, a newly added chapter in the Constitution, is with a specific provision to distinguish between a cooperative society of the state and a multi-state cooperative society being governed by the Government of India or the Union of India. This is the clear distinction by which a cooperative society is being governed by the state legislature or an act of the Parliament by the multi-state cooperative society, and another one is by the state legislature or the legislative assembly. Here in this case, you may kindly see, my basic political point is, it is against the federal principles of the Constitution, because the federal structure has to be protected. Here in this case, at any time, see clause 6 of the bill. Sir, you have rightly pointed out clause 6 of the bill. If you go through the clause 6, it is very interesting that it is indirectly the central government is encroaching into the rights of a state cooperative society. How it is, see, in clause C, in section 7 of the act is to be amended, in which a new provision is being, any cooperative society may by a resolution passed by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting at a general meeting of the society decides to merge into an existing multi-state cooperative society. This is the provision by which we are disputing. That means a state cooperative society can at any time be merged into a multi-state cooperative society, but the state cooperative society is being governed by a law passed by the state legislature, and it is indirectly coming into the domain of the Union of India, by which it is against the basic spirit of the Constitution, by which Part 9B of the Constitution is being incorporated as an amended chapter. That is a technical objection which I would like to make. And second one is, so and 243, along with this 243, another provision also, sir, one second. In a 243 ZI, that is very clearly what is the incorporation of a society. What is an incorporation of a society under the state law is also well mentioned in 243 capital Z capital I. Incorporation of cooperative subject to the provisions of this part. The legislature of a state may by law make provisions with respect to incorporation, regulation and winding up of a cooperative society. That is also being governed by a state law or the legislative assembly's law made by the state legislative assembly. So when a particular specific provision regarding the state cooperative society and distinctly a multi-state cooperative society is there, here indirectly the Union of India, the government of India is coming with a legislation with an intent to make all the state cooperative societies be merged with the multi-state cooperative society, by which the taking the right of the state governments, it is against the federal character and the federal polity, which is a basic character of the Constitution. The basic features of the Constitution cannot be amended. That is why I am saying that it is outside the scope of the legislative competence of this House. Hence, I am opposing the introduction of this bill. Thank you very much, sir, for providing this much of time.
माननीय मंत्री जी, एनके प्रेमचंद्र जी जो विषय उठाया कि कोई भी सोसाइटी को, एक मिनट बस मैं मंत्री जी को, कोई भी सोसाइटी को जो विषय उठाया गंभीर कि राज्य की कोई भी सोसाइटी को क्या मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी में बदल सकते हैं, ये अधिकार इसमें ले रहे हो क्या? आप जब भाषण, अभी नहीं बोल रहा मैं, जब बोले तो ये पॉइंट क्लियर करना। सी थॉमस जी नो, डी रवि कुमार जी नो, मनीष तिवारी जी।
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to oppose the introduction of the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, as this bill violates the object of the 97th Constitutional Amendment, Article 243 ZI, inserted by the 97th Constitutional Amendment Act 2011 and Article 43B of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I will point out to 5 specific clauses of the bill which are beyond the legislative competence of this House, and therefore we are opposing the introduction of the bill. First, clause 6...
अभी तो आप विद्वान है, अभी तो केवल इतना ही डिस्कस करना है अपन को कि संसद को इसकी विधायी क्षमता है या ना। जब आप पूरा विषय जब इस पर डिस्कस हो तो पूरा
स्पीकर साहब, मैं वही प्रावधान के और आपका ध्यान दिलवा रहा हूं जो प्रावधान सीधा इस सदन के लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस के बाहर है। मैं उससे बाहर जाने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा। फर्स्ट, क्लॉज 6 ऑफ द बिल inserts subsection 10 into section 17, creating an ambiguity by allowing any cooperative society to merge into an existing multi-state cooperative society. This is beyond the legislative competence of the Union, as state cooperative societies are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the states. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, clause 13 substitutes section 35 to now prohibit the redemption of shares of multi-state cooperative societies without the approval of the government. This strikes at the very heart of the principles of autonomous functioning of cooperative societies, which the 97th Amendment sought to introduce by virtue of Article 45B of the Constitution. Third, Clause 17 completely usurps the object of the Parent Act as well as the 97th Amendment by substituting Section 45 with a central election authority to be appointed by the central government. Fourth, a fund is sought to be created by virtue of Clause 24 of the bill, inserting Section 63A, 63B and 63C into the Parent Act. Again, by putting an additional burden on cooperatives, infringes upon the cardinal principle of autonomous functioning as provided in Article 43B of the Constitution. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank you for your indulgence, Clause 45 provides for an overriding of the board and appointing an administrator in its place who may not even be a member of the society. This clause also substantially contravenes the 97th Amendment to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would very, very humbly like to urge the Treasury benches that this bill should be withdrawn, it should be reconsidered, because it violates the federal spirit of the Constitution. It actually attacks the federal spirit of the Constitution with a sledgehammer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji.
Sir, I rise to oppose the introductions of the bill under the nomenclature of Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2022 under Rule 72/2. Sir, already the explicit reasons of opposing the legislative document has been deliberated by our colleagues. Sir, I would like to draw your attention that cooperative society is a state subject under 7th schedule via entry 32 of the state list in India in the Constitution. It has been already inserted. So it is basically a state subject. Absolutely, that you are also raising a very pertinent argument which also needs to be delved into. But here in this issue, so there is a clear indication that the central government has been encroaching upon the territory of the state government. That is why Euror and the uproarious protestation has been cropping up across the nation. Sir, because this government has always been pleading for cooperative federalism, so this should have been reflected before the preparation of this legislation. I don't know whether all the stakeholders, I mean state governments, have been consulted upon before the preparation of this legislation or not. Sir, in the Cooperative Rehabilitation and Construction Fund to be constituted according to this bill, the profit-making multi-state cooperative has to pay 1 crore or 1% of the net profit. Strangely, the government is not paying a single paisa. This is illogical way one profit-making cooperative society shall pay for the revival of another loss-making cooperative society. This does not happen in the Companies Act also. So that is why, sir, we are opposing the bill, because the central government has empowered itself with the vast powers under the present bill. This may lead to concentration of power with the central government, which may impact the autonomy and functioning of multi-sectoral cooperative society and may create potential for misuse. Sir, take for example, under the present bill, the cooperative ombudsman will be appointed directly by the center without any apparent monitoring system to prevent corruption. And ombudsman is supposed to be unbiased. Sir, हो गया? सर हो गया सर एक मिनट सर हो गया सर an ombudsman is supposed to be unbiased and keep a check on the government by preventing them from abusing power. However, where an ombudsman is appointed directly by the government itself, it creates scope for undue influence over the decision of the ombudsman. That is why, sir, my only submission before you and the government, that given the intricacies, given the ramification and encroachment upon the state territory, this bill should be referred to the standing committee, sir. This is my only submission before you, so that it could be further scrutinized and all the controversies could be wiped off before presentation of the bill afresh.
A.F. Arif ji.
Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2020. As per the constitutional list and also judgment from Supreme Court, the central government can make any law without the consultation of the states in cooperative societies. The amendments in the bill is a proposal for the complete centralization of authority, and this is a frontal attack on the federal principle of our constitution. Necessary consultation is needed of the state governments. So I also support the members who are raised the arguments against the introduction of the bill may be sent to the subject committee, concerned as a committee.
Sogat Rai ji.
Under Rule 72(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to oppose the introduction of the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2022. Originally, in 2002, when the bill first came, it was intended to facilitate the voluntary formation and democratic functioning of cooperatives as people's institutes. But it seems that with this bill, the central government is planning to take away the powers of the state government with regard to cooperatives. So it has 4 proposals. One, setting up of cooperative election authority. Earlier, cooperative elections were looked after by the state government. It takes that away. 2.
No.
Sir.
चलो आप मैं भी कोऑपरेटिव में रहा हूं, इसलिए मैं भी कोऑपरेटिव के सिस्टम को जानता हूं.
मैं जानता हूं, आप बहुत एक्सपर्ट है. कोटा में जो कोऑपरेटिव बना उसमें आप मेंबर थे, अब सेक्रेटरी भी थे. मुझे पता है सर. तो आपके बारे में हम लोग सब कुछ जानकारी लेके ही बोलते हैं. सर, they are proposing a cooperative revival fund. And 3, as Adhin mentioned, they are planning to set up a cooperative ombudsman. 4, they are increasing monetary penalties on multi-state cooperative societies. Sir, एक ही चीज आपको संज्ञान में लाऊं कि 2011 में 97 अमेंडमेंट हुआ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का, जिसमें कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी आ गया. देखिए, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज बिकेम पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. सर, उसमें क्या बोलता? इनकॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी कौन करेगा? ये स्टेट करेगा. ये क्लियरली मेंशन्ड है. ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन
अपन इस पे डिटेल डिस्कस हो जब कर लें.
सर, 1 मिनट में खत्म कर दें. एंड दी 243 ZR gives an application to multi-state cooperative societies. ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट में लाए. ये बिल में बोला गया, बिल में ऑब्जेक्शन रीजन में बोला गया कि वो अमेंडमेंट के बाद, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट के बाद, in view of the insertion of the said part, it has become imperative to amend the act. It's not clear to me how the act is related to the constitution amendment. 2011, the amendment came. This government has been in power for 8 years. They have not amended. Suddenly, Mr. Shah comes forward with amendment of this. Sir, this bill impinges on the rights of the state. It impinges on the right of people to form cooperative on their own will, and it basically will act in bringing more control over multi-state cooperative societies by the central government. I am totally opposed. It's undemocratic, it's anti-constitutional, and it violates the spirit of cooperatives and cooperation in the... So send it to a standing committee, please. You have the power. If you write one line, then everything will go to standing committee. ये आप कर दीजिए.
I am not a lion like other members. I am on a point of common man's view. This Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2022 was stoutly opposed, being opposed by me, because of the reason. Sir, actually, it gives an impression as though the chairman and vice chairman and members and the secretary are just selected by the central government only. Not, there is no democratic policies or principles adopted. Yes, sir. That is why the objection is there is no point of view from the democratic elected public. It is intended for the betterment of opportunities that has been extended to the. No, this is nothing but, I will conclude, don't worry, I am not going to intrude in any other thing. Actually, the common man has got an opportunity by using the cooperative movement. He has to say what has to be served by the government by distributing the usual way of small helps by way of cooperative movements. But this movement is totally, it has to be reckoned by democracy means only. But there is no democracy. Actually, government is making everybody, the heads of the institution are appointed by the government only. This is not fair. So that is a main objection from us. This may be not, since it has to be referred to standing committee.
माननीय मंत्री जी,
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अभी माननीय सदस्यों द्वारा कुछ प्रश्न आए हैं, तो सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न है कि संसद की क्षमता इस विधेयक को लाने की है कि नहीं। तब मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी माननीय सदस्य ने एक प्रश्न किया था कि स्टेट के पर यह हमला हो रहा है। मान्यवर इस प्रकार का नहीं है। एक राज्य में जो सहकारिता की सोसाइटी काम करती हैं वो राज्य की होती हैं, और एक राज्य सहकारी समितियों के बहुराज्य सहकारी समिति में विलय का प्रावधान पहले से है, परंतु ये राज्यों के सहकारी सोसाइटी में नियमों के अधीन ही है। 2002 के अधिनियम में भी राज्य सोसाइटियों के बहुराज्य सोसाइटी में परिवर्तन करने का प्रावधान पहले से ही आपके यहाँ है। दूसरा, एक प्रश्न आया कि संविधान के 97 संशोधन को हम उच्च न्यायालय में निरस्त कर दिया गया था, पर सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जुलाई 2021 में ये निर्णय दिया गया, ये संशोधन बहुराज्य सहकारी समितियों पर लागू होगा, इसलिए इस संशोधन विधेयक की आवश्यकता पड़ी। दूसरा, हमारे यहाँ चुनाव प्राधिकरण का जो सवाल आया है, ये प्रावधान में संविधान के 97 संशोधन के अनुसार है, और शेयर्स के मोचन का जो प्रावधान अंकित मूल्य पर प्रस्तावित है, जो कि सहकारिता के सिद्धांतों के अनुसार है। दूसरा, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इन सहकारी समितियों के उद्देश्य केवल एक राज्य तक ही सीमित है, वो सूची 2 राज्य की प्रविष्टि 32 में आती है, एवं राज्यों के सहकारी समितियों के पंजीकों द्वारा पंजीकृत की जाती है। यह विधेयक बहुराज्य सहकारी समितियों के लिए है जिनके उद्देश्य एक से अधिक राज्यों में है, जो संघ सूची की प्रविष्टि 44 के अंतर्गत आती है, और केंद्रीय पंजीयक द्वारा इसके पंजीकृत किया जाता है। यह विधेयक पूर्णतः संसद की विधायी क्षमता में है। यह विधेयक संविधान की 7वीं अनुसूची की सूची 1 संघ सूची की प्रविष्टि 44 के अंतर्गत प्रस्तावित है। बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी अधिनियम 2002 व उससे पहले बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी अधिनियम 1984 में भी इस प्रविष्टि के अंतर्गत संसद में ये पारित किए गए हैं। अतः ये विधेयक संसद की विधायी क्षमता में है। बाकी प्रश्नों के बारे में विधेयक पर खंडवार चर्चा जब होगी तब उसके उत्तर दिए जाएंगे। अतः मैं बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी संशोधन विधेयक 2022 के पुनर्स्थापन का अनुरोध करता हूं।
बात करेंगे, आप सबसे इस विषय पर चर्चा करेंगे। आप निश्चिंत रहे, नहीं, आपको सबसे विचार करेंगे इस विषय पर लाने के पहले, फिर विचार करेंगे। प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों पक्ष में। अब मंत्री जी विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करें।
मैं बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी संशोधन विधेयक 2022 के पुनर्स्थापन का अनुरोध करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 14 नियम 377 के अधीन आज सभी मामले बोलने का मौका मिलेगा। 377 के अधीन श्री गौरव गोगोई जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। द prime reason for India's poor performance in combating air pollution is the insufficient capacity building of municipal corporations and district subdivision administrations under the National Clean Air Programme. Sir, reportedly, most of the cities mandated to submit their respective city action plans have only replicated each other's initiatives. Some local governments have either underspent or diverted the majority of funds towards projects not at all related to the National Clean Air Programme. Comprehensive monitoring mechanisms must be developed by the Union Government to prevent such activities of the local governments. From the financial year 2022-23, presenting evidence for the increased number of good days and reduction in PM10 annual average concentration is mandatory to receive the 15 Finance Commission recommended grants. This requirement neglects the need for essentials such as building a robust monitoring framework. Only 69 out of the 132 NCAP cities have real-time monitoring stations. In 2020-2021, the NCAP was clubbed with other items under control of pollution and the budget was marginally reduced. Many mostly polluted cities are provided with reduced NCAP funds or no funds at all. Thus, the states must be provided freedom in NCAP funds allocation since the top-down approach is not apt to reduce air pollution. Thank you very much.
Rodmal Nagarji.
मध्य प्रदेश में महत्वपूर्ण धार्मिक स्थान मां विजयसंधाम भेसवा माता, साका श्याम जी मंदिर नरसिंहगढ़, मां बुगलामुखी मंदिर नलखेड़ा, घुरेल पशुपतिनाथ मंदिर ब्यावरा, जालपा मंदिर राजगढ़, बाग बागेश्वर महादेव चांचोड़ा, कोटरा की गुफाएं, 16 खंबे एवं प्राचीन गुफा मंदिर नरसिंहगढ़ की ओर आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। ये स्थान केवल राजगढ़ क्षेत्र के ही नहीं अपितु देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं की लोक आस्था का केंद्र है। प्रतिवर्ष यहां लाखों की संख्या में देश के विभिन्न स्थानों से श्रद्धालु अपनी मनोकामना पूर्ति हेतु यहां आते हैं। श्रद्धालुओं हेतु आध्यात्मिक एवं पर्यटन की दृष्टि से मूलभूत एवं अधोसंरचनात्मक सुविधाओं की महती आवश्यकता है। अतः मैं केंद्रीय पर्यटन मंत्री जी से आग्रह करता हूं कि लोक आस्था के इन महत्वपूर्ण आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों को और अधिक गतिमान बनाने हेतु प्रसाद योजना, तीर्थ यात्रा, कायाकल्प, आध्यात्मिक समाधान राष्ट्रीय मिशन में शामिल करने की कृपा करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
श्री सौगत राय जी।
सर एक मिनट
जी। सौगत दा।
हाँ सर सर
जी जी
सर I want to raise the following matter under Rule 377. I would like to draw the attention of the Union Government through this August House towards the pendency of huge amount on account of Job Guarantee Scheme. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act to the state of West Bengal. The total dues to West Bengal has come to Rupees 7,300 crores. These funds have been lying pending despite the submission of proper accounts along with utilization certificates by the state government for the amount received earlier under the MGNREGA Act. Sir, our Chief Minister had sent 2 letters dated May 12 and June 9 to the Honorable Prime Minister on this issue. Sir, a delegation of TMC MPs went and met the Rural Development Minister, Giriraj Singh, to request him to release the funds. Under the Act, payment cannot be denied for more than 15 days to MGNREGA workers, but their wages, the wages of such poor people are being stalled. It is very unfortunate that neither any funds nor any response has been received from the ministry to the state's representations yet. Sir, this is beyond the ethics of the state scheme, and livelihood of the rural people in the state is suffering extremely. Sir, I may mention that not only under this scheme, but also under the House for All scheme, another central scheme, total dues to the state government, sir, 8 seconds. Total dues to the state government amount to nearly rupees 1 lakh crores. How can the state proceed in this way? This is beyond the ethics of the state scheme and the livelihood of the rural people. Considering the above circumstances, we will fervently request the Government of India to take necessary action to release all pending dues of the MGA, NREGA and other schemes like House for All to the state government to save the weaker section. I would request the central government not to use it as a political tool to beat the TMC government because the ruling party has been defeated in the assembly elections. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय जी। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने वर्ष 1960 में एक आदेश जारी किया था जिसमें स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया था कि बॉम्बे उच्च न्यायालय अब से महाराष्ट्र उच्च न्यायालय के रूप में जाना जाएगा, लेकिन इस आदेश को लागू नहीं किया गया। वर्ष 1995 में बॉम्बे का नाम बदलकर मुंबई कर दिया गया, लेकिन बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट का नाम वही रहा। चूंकि बॉम्बे नामक शहर अब मौजूद ही नहीं है, लेकिन हाईकोर्ट बॉम्बे के नाम पर ही है, जो उचित नहीं है। महाराष्ट्र शब्द का उच्चारण एक महाराष्ट्रियन के जीवन में विशेष महत्व को दर्शाता है। अंत इसके उपयोग को उच्च न्यायालय के नाम में भी अभिव्यक्ति मिलनी चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र राज्य के लोगों की विशिष्ट संस्कृति, विरासत और परंपराओं के रक्षण के लिए महाराष्ट्र अनुकूलन कानून राज्य और संप्रति विषय आदेश 1960 के एक खंड के कार्यान्वयन के लिए बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट का नाम बदलकर महाराष्ट्र हाईकोर्ट किया जाना नितांत आवश्यक है। इस संदर्भ में मैं यह भी दृष्टि है कि बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट का नाम महाराष्ट्र हाईकोर्ट किए जाने वाली एक जनहित याचिका में माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने अपने आदेश में 3/11/2022 में कहा है कि इस मामले में संसदीय प्रक्रिया है, अतः इसमें न्यायालय द्वारा हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया जा सकता है और तथापि यदि ऐसा परिवर्तन किया जाना है तो इसे संसदीय या विधायी निकाय के माध्यम से ही किया जाना चाहिए। अंत भारतीय संविधान भाग 6 राज्य के अध्याय 5 राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय के अनुच्छेद 214 प्रत्येक राज्य के लिए एक उच्च न्यायालय होगा के स्थान पर प्रत्येक राज्य के लिए राज्य के नाम से एक उच्च न्यायालय होगा। अंत किए जाने हेतु संशोधन किए जाए और साथ ही अन्य राज्यों के संविधित अधिकारियों को भी निर्देश दिया जाए कि वह अपने उच्च न्यायालय के नाम उन राज्य के नाम के अनुसार बदला जाए। धन्यवाद। जय महाराष्ट्र। सभापति जी।
श्री राहुल कसवा जी।
धन्यवाद महोदय। मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र के हनुमानगढ़ जिले के नौहर, रावतसर, भादरा तहसील के किसानों की प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के तहत फसल बीमा कंपनी एग्रीकल्चर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी द्वारा किया जाता रहा है। क्षेत्र के किसानों की कंपनी द्वारा खरीफ फसल वर्ष 21, रबी वर्ष 21-22 का बीमा क्लेम आज तक नहीं दिया गया। 35% से अधिक क्रॉप कटिंग की जो कर्मचारी क्रॉप कटिंग हुई है उसमें बीमा कंपनी कर्मचारी, राजस्व विभाग और कृषि के विभाग के अधिकारियों के उपस्थिति में किसानों के सिग्नेचर्स हुए हुए हैं क्रॉप कटिंग की रिपोर्ट को लेकर। इसके बावजूद भी बीमा कंपनी ने स्टैक के अंदर स्टेट जो लेवल टेक्निकल असेसमेंट कमेटी है उसमें क्रॉप कटिंग की रिपोर्ट के आंकड़ों को चैलेंज किया गया और बीमा क्लेम को भुगतान करने से मना कर दिया जा रहा है। वह स्टैक के द्वारा सैटेलाइट के डाटा मांगे गए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से, जबकि किसानों के द्वारा लगभग मांग की जा रही है कि खरीफ फसल 21 के अंदर और 22 रबी के अंदर जब किसानों ने सिग्नेचर कर दिए हैं तो उसके उपरांत भी सैटेलाइट के आंकड़े क्यों मांगे जा रहे हैं। आपत्ति की सुनवाई के दौरान राजस्थान सरकार ने इस बात को स्वीकारा कि क्लेम सैटेलाइट और क्रॉप कटिंग के एवरेज के ऊपर दिया जाएगा, जिसका किसान आज भी विरोध कर रहे हैं। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि कृषि मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि लोकसभा क्षेत्र के अंदर हनुमानगढ़ जिले के नौहर, भादरा, रावतसर में किसानों को खरीफ 21 व रबी 21-22 की क्लेम क्रॉप कटिंग के आधार पर दिया जाए। धन्यवाद सर।
श्री राजेश वर्मा जी।
मैं आपका ध्यान अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र जनपद सीतापुर उत्तर प्रदेश की तरफ आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं। मेरा जनपद काफ़ी बड़ा जनपद है और सीतापुर उसका बहुत बड़ा शहर है और प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ से मात्र 80 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर स्थित है। हजारों दैनिक यात्री, मजदूरी करने वाले लोग एवं व्यापारी प्रतिदिन प्रातः सीतापुर से लखनऊ और संध्या में लखनऊ से सीतापुर आते जाते हैं, परंतु प्रातः एवं संध्या में कोई भी पैसेंजर ट्रेन नहीं है। अतः सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय रेल मंत्री जी से मांग करता हूं कि जनहित में सीतापुर लखनऊ यात्रियों की सुविधा को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए एक मेमो ट्रेन के अप डाउन के संचालन हेतु निर्देश प्रदान करने का कष्ट करें।
श्री सुब्रत पाठक जी। श्री सुब्रत पाठक जी। श्री गणेश सिंह जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके अनुमति से नियम 377 के अधीन अपनी बात को यहाँ पर रख रहा हूँ। आजाद भारत के इतिहास में 2014 से लेकर आज तक भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग मंत्रालय एवं प्राधिकरण ने जो ऐतिहासिक कार्य करके जो कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है वह अत्यंत सराहनीय है। किंतु मेरे लोकसभा क्षेत्र सतना जो उत्तर प्रदेश की सीमा से लगा हुआ है, किंतु सीधा कोई भी राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग नहीं है। भारतमाला योजना के से मैंने सतना से सिमरिया, सिरमौर, जवा, शंकरगढ़, प्रयागराज हेतु एक राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग की मांग की थी, जिसकी सैद्धांतिक सहमति भी हो चुकी थी। माननीय मंत्री जी का आश्वासन पत्र भी मुझे मिला था, किंतु आज तक दो राज्यों को जोड़ने वाली सड़क जो कि सर्वाधिक पिछड़े हुए क्षेत्र से गुजरने वाली है, उसकी स्वीकृति नहीं हो पाई। मैं आपके माध्यम से मांग करता हूं कि तत्काल उक्त सड़क की स्वीकृति दी जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री खगेन मुर्मू जी।
Thank you, Chairman Sir. I would like to draw the kind attention of Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation towards the pressing need of an airport in Malda. The nearest airports to Malda are Siliguri and Kolkata, which are 250 kilometers and 350 kilometers away, respectively far. These long distances have hampered economic activities along with loss of thousands of lives during medical emergencies. Since the 18th century, great quality jute, export grade mangoes, mulberry and excellent quality silk have been the main sources of revenue for Malda. The requirement of an airport would not only facilitate the regional and international trade of these products, but also pave a path to realize the one district, one product initiative and would create an effective value chain to meet the actual demand for these products. In this regard, I would request the Honourable Minister of Civil Aviation through you, sir, to expedite the construction of Malda Airport, which has been under construction since 2017. Thank you.
श्रीमती संध्या राय जी। श्रीमती संध्या राय जी। नहीं।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय जी। मैं आपके माध्यम से नियम 377 के अधीन मेरे भिंड जिले के लिए मैंने पूर्व में सभापति महोदय आपके माध्यम से पूर्व में सदन के माध्यम से माननीय कृषि मंत्री जी से भिंड जिले में एक अतिरिक्त कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र खोलने हेतु निवेदन किया था, जो आज दिनांक तक विचार में नहीं लाया गया। मैं आपके माध्यम से बताना चाहूंगी कि भिंड जिला कृषि उपज की दृष्टि से अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण जिला है तथा कृषि विकास की अत्यंत संभावना है। वर्तमान में भिंड जिले में कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र तहसील लाहौर में खोला गया है, जो कि भिंड जिले से उसकी दूरी 60 किलोमीटर है तथा अन्य तहसीलों एवं अन्य 4 विधानसभाओं से भौगोलिक दृष्टि से भी दूर है, जिस कारण से कृषि विभाग से प्राप्त होने वाले लाभ सीमित किसानों को ही प्राप्त हो पाते हैं। भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान परिषद नई दिल्ली द्वारा मध्य प्रदेश के धार जिले में 2 कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र किसानों को लाभ दिलाने के लिए खोले गए हैं। यहाँ यह भी मैं ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी आपके माध्यम से कि पूर्व में कृषि विज्ञान के नाम से भिंड जिला मुख्यालय पर कृषि विश्वविद्यालय को भूमि आवंटित कर बिल्डिंग बनाई जा चुकी है। तत्पश्चात तत्कालीन कारणों से कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र लाहौर में खोला गया। अतः ऐसी परिस्थिति में भिंड जिले में अतिरिक्त कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र खोलने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है तो न तो वहां पर भूमि आवंटन की दिक्कत आएगी तथा वहां पर बिल्डिंग भी बनी हुई है, शासन पर कोई अतिरिक्त भार नहीं पड़ेगा। अतः मैं आपके माध्यम से पुनः निवेदन करती हूं कि भिंड जिले में एक अतिरिक्त कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र प्रदान करें, जो कि भिंड जिले के किसानों के लिए वरदान साबित होगा तथा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प है किसानों की आय दोगुना करना, उसमें भी सार्थक सिद्ध होगा। धन्यवाद।
दिया कुमारी जी।
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. Sir, I would like to bring to your notice that in 2015, the Archaeological Survey of India identified sites of religious and historical importance that attract very high tourist footfall under the Adarsh Smarak Yojana to implement disabled-friendly measures. These include solar wheelchairs and battery-driven carts, braille signage, tactile floors or pathways, special toilets and railings, etc., that can facilitate the entry of differently abled people at the archaeological sites. This noble initiative is a part of the Accessible India campaign, Saugamya Bharat Abhiyan, conceptualized by the Honorable Prime Minister to enable persons with disabilities to gain universal access to all archaeological sites. However, such development works in key historical marvels like the Kumbhalgarh Fort and the Ranthambore Fort is yet to take off. In this regard, through you, sir, I'd like to request the ASI to expedite the process of making these destinations more inclusive. Thank you, sir.
श्रीमती संगीता कुमारी सिंह जी।
Sir, the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana was launched to provide comprehensive insurance coverage against crop loss on account of non-preventable natural risks to help in stabilizing the income of farmers. As Odisha is a natural disaster-prone state, the PMFBY is a major risk mitigation program for the farmers of the state. The premium subsidy sharing pattern is 50-50 between the central and the state governments. The state's share of the premium has been long delayed while the centre has already released the funds. It is the state government which floats bids for the implementation of the scheme. And it is also the responsibility of the state government to make surveys of crop loss and grant compensation.
केली की फसल अधिकतर मात्रा में होती है और इस वर्ष में करीब 1 लाख हेक्टेयर से ज्यादा सिंचाई क्षेत्र में केली की फसल की जा रही है। जलवायु परिवर्तन से उत्पन्न हुए प्राकृतिक आपत्तियों तथा प्रतिकूल मौसम के केली की फसल पर अनेक रोग का प्रभाव बढ़ता है, जिससे ज्यादातर सीगाटोका CMV जैसे रोग से केले की पूरी फसल खराब हो जाती है और तथा आसपास के केले की फसल भी प्रभावित होती है। इस रोग का फैलाव उस क्षेत्र में तेजी गति से होने की संभावना भी बढ़ती है। पिछले लगातार 2 वर्ष से केले की खेती करने वाले बहुत किसानों का इसमें भारी मात्रा में नुकसान हुआ है। मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से सरकार से और कृषि मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में इन रोगों का समावेश हो, जिसके कारण जिन किसानों का नुकसान इन रोगों के रोग होने से उन किसानों का नुकसान हो रहा है, जिसमें से किसानों को इस प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से मदद मिल सकती है। धन्यवाद।
श्री तेजस्वी सूर्या जी, श्री सुमेधानंद सरस्वती जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। महोदय, देश में कोई भी व्यक्ति जब किसी वित्तीय संस्थान में ऋण हेतु आवेदन करता है तो वित्तीय संस्थान द्वारा उस व्यक्ति की क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री चेक करने के लिए क्रेडिट स्कोर निकाला जाता है। वर्तमान में भारत में 4 क्रेडिट रेटिंग एजेंसी काम कर रही हैं। RBI के नियमानुसार इनमें से सिविल रिकॉर्ड अनिवार्य है, जिसके विवरण के आधार पर ही वित्तीय संस्थान द्वारा आमजन को ऋण उपलब्ध करवाया जाता है। वर्तमान में विभिन्न अनाधिकृत क्रेडिट ऐप व प्राइवेट फाइनेंस कंपनियां कार्य कर रही हैं, जो ऑनलाइन ही लोन स्वीकृत कर देती हैं। इनमें आमजन के दस्तावेजों का गलत इस्तेमाल करके भी लोन लेने जैसे साइबर फ्रॉड की संख्या में बढ़ोतरी हो रही है। साथ ही कई बार आमजन का लोन आवेदन इस वजह से भी रिजेक्ट हो जाता है क्योंकि उसके रिकॉर्ड में ऐसा विवरण आता है जो कि उनसे संबंधित नहीं होता है। यह विवरण क्रेडिट रेटिंग एजेंसी की लापरवाही से दर्ज हो जाता है। मेरा आपके माध्यम से सरकार से निवेदन है कि ऐसे लोन देने वाली अनाधिकृत ऐप पर कार्रवाई की जाए ताकि साइबर फ्रॉड बंद हो। साथ ही क्रेडिट रेटिंग संस्थाओं को भी आमजन से रिकॉर्ड में सही विवरण ही दर्ज करने हेतु बाध्य किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री रंजीत सिंह निम्बालकर जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, धन्यवाद। मैं आपकी ओर से पर्यावरण मंत्री जी का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ। मेरे लोकसभा क्षेत्र में माढ़ा लोकसभा क्षेत्र से मैं चुन के आया हूँ। पुणे जिले के मुला और मुठा जो नदी है, रिवर है, वहां से जो इंडस्ट्री का जो पोल्यूटेड वाटर है वो मुला मुठा में छोड़ दिया जाता है और वो छोड़ा हुआ पानी आगे जाके भीमा रिवर में मेरे क्षेत्र में आके मिलता है और भीमा रिवर के ऊपर उजनी डैम बना है। आज उजनी डैम का पानी इतना खराब हो चुका है कि पानी के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा लेयर, ऑयल का लेयर और गंदगी का लेयर पैदा हुआ है और वही पानी आगे जाके कई लाखों किसान पानी पीने के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं और उजनी से पानी छोड़ा जाता है और वो चंद्रभागा नदी में मिला जाता है। चंद्रभागा नदी जो महाराष्ट्र का भगवान विट्ठल की तीर्थ क्षेत्र है, वहाँ चंद्रभागा नदी होती है।
जो आपने लिख करके दिया है उसी को कृपया पढ़िए
जी,
वही रिकॉर्ड में जाएगा।
जी जी। उजनी डैम का पानी आगे जाके चंद्रभागा नदी में मिलकर जाता है जो पंढरपुर स्थित भगवान विट्ठल जी की माता रुक्मिणी जी के विश्व विख्यात मंदिर से होकर गुजरती है। विट्ठल दर्शन के बाद आने वाले भक्त यहाँ चंद्रभागा के नदी में पवित्र स्नान करते हैं। ये प्रदूषित चंद्रभागा नदी का जल आके मुख में लेते हैं, फिर विट्ठल के दर्शन के लिए जाते हैं। आगे जाके इस नदी हमारे लोकसभा क्षेत्र से माड़ा से और सोलापुर जिले अन्य विभागों में पीने के लिए और सिंचाई के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं। महोदय, मैं नमामि चंद्रभागा परियोजना के तहत इस नदी का कायाकल्प करने के हेतु उचित कदम उठाने के लिए मैं आपसे कृपा और विनंती करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराज।
श्री अर्जुन लाल मीणा जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं राजस्थान के उदयपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से आता हूं। मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र आदिवासी बहुल क्षेत्र है और भारत सरकार के शेड्यूल 5 में आता है। वर्तमान में उदयपुर संभाग से निर्यात आयात कारोबार की काफी संभावनाएं हैं। इस संभाग की प्रमुख निर्यात योग्य वस्तुएं कपड़ा, खनिज, पत्थर, संगमरमर के हल शिल्प, रत्न, आभूषण, खिलौने इत्यादि है। वर्तमान में निर्यात योग्य उत्पाद जयपुर, दिल्ली और अहमदाबाद हवाई अड्डे से भिजवाई जा रही है, जिससे संचालन लागत बढ़ती है। अतः मैं भारत सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि निर्यात आयात व्यापार को आसान बनाने के लिए एयर कार्गो कॉम्प्लेक्स खोलने और उदयपुर हवाई अड्डे पर कार्गो सेवा शुरू करने के लिए उदयपुर हवाई अड्डे परिसर में एयर कार्गो कॉम्प्लेक्स के लिए पर्याप्त जमीन आवंटित करने का श्रम करावे। थैंक यू सर।
श्री देवजी भाई पटेल। नहीं। श्री ब्रजेंद्र सिंह जी।
Thank you, sir. Sir, Hisar is one of the counter magnet areas chosen by National Capital Region Planning Board for its regional growth potential. It will also be housing an integrated manufacturing cluster soon. Despite the growing developmental activity, there is no direct railway connection from Hisar to Chandigarh, which happens to be the capital of Haryana and Punjab. This is a matter of concern not only for the people of Hisar, but for people of all of northwest Haryana, parts of Rajasthan and Punjab, for whom Hisar is important for its health facilities, educational institutions and sporting facilities. Currently, the shortest railway route from Hisar to Chandigarh takes almost 6.5 to 7 hours to cover a distance of just about 245 kilometers. This is double the time that it would take if there was a direct railway line which could possibly be laid between Barwala and Narwana or any other feasible route. Therefore, through you, sir, I urge the government to consider this request and ease the access between Hisar and Chandigarh. Thank you.
मोहन उन्नीथन जी।
Thank you very much, sir. The Life Insurance Corporation has been functioning for the last. The Life Insurance Corporation has been functioning for the last 66 years in country successfully. Today, the LIC has more than 75% of the market share. It provides employment to more than 12.5 lakh people across the country. Unfortunately, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India has come up with a draft proposal that it will adversely affect the future of the LIC. The detrimental clause of the proposal aims to hit hard on the commission of the LIC agents by linking it with management expenses and reducing the maximum commission of the agents from 25% to 20%. Sir, it does not stop here. By giving rebates on policy premiums purchased directly from the insurer, it is striking down the role of agents who are key players in this sector. Sir, the LIC is spread over the length and breadth of the country, including the deepest rural pockets where no company and their agents exist. If the IRDA India's proposal comes into implementation, it would gravely harm the whole LIC sector and will demotivate the agents who will eventually be driven out of the sector. This can create a situation, mass employment in the country. Sir, I request the Ministry of Finance to look into the matter and withdraw the unjust proposal of IRDA India. Thank you very much, sir.
T.N. Prathapan ji.
Thank you, sir. Trichy is known as a cultural capital of Kerala for its rich cultural and engagement with arts and literature. Trichy has also a good legacy of many temple arts. At Trichy, a central research institute for temple arts can preserve the legacy of temple arts and it can promote them to international attention. Due to lack of effective attention, many of the temple arts are losing its richness and traditions. The research institute can bring them together and it will facilitate a platform for flourishing their traditions. Trichy currently has a good potential for a network of temple pilgrim centers. It has academies of several performing arts. This atmosphere may strengthen a research academy of temple arts in Trichy. Such an institute can start courses for temple arts, encourage research of them, and facilitate a museum of equipments used for temple arts. Therefore, I request the Honorable Minister of Culture to establish a research institute of temple arts in Trichy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Shon.
Thank you, sir. So, Ulundurpete Salem National Highway at Kallakurichi Parliamentary Constituency is an accident takes place daily and in the last 11 years, from 2011 to 22, reported, sir. The cause for the accidents is because the four-way is incomplete. This project started in July 2008 at an estimate of 941 crores. Is still not completed, but was said to be completed in 2013. Fact is, the work is still incomplete. Athur, Vayapadi, Udayapatti, Chinnasalem, Kallakurichi, Tyagaduruvam, Elevanasur and Ulundurpete are left as two-way roads, sir, instead of four-way roads. Four-way roads shrink to two-way roads and over bridges having dangerous curves causing tragic accidents. The NH connecting Salem and Chennai via Ulundurpet and Villupuram is very vital as it has many educational institutions and facilitates large number of small and medium-scale industries in Salem, Namakkal, Kadalur and Villupuram districts. The speedy completion of the national highway, which is incomplete for more than 10 years, will help in bringing new industries here. Hence, I request the government should speed up the national highway NH 79 road connecting Salem and Ulundurpet, lying unfinished for several years now, and prevent the loss of unfortunate lives in such accidents. Thank you, sir.
Shri Raghuram Krishna Raju.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Chairman, sir. The Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act was enacted in 2003 with the aim to establish financial discipline, improve the administration of public finances, strengthen financial prudence, and reduce the revenue deficit, thereby to maintain a sustainable economic growth in the country. During the last 2 decades, it has been subjected to many amendments by the state governments to borrow more funds to meet the expenditure of their states, which resulted into a larger revenue deficit, contrary to the main objective of FRBM Act. Some state governments are resorting to use it as a tool to increase their borrowings by showing fictitious corporations that have no income of their own, where the repayments were being paid by the government. Because of such irresponsible and indisciplined borrowings of few state governments, the main objective of the FRBM Act is being defeated, and revenue deficit of those states is increasing instead of reduction. In view of the above, through this August House, I request the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Minister for Finance to embark on taking immediate corrective steps before it goes out of hands and save the economy of the state, especially from the state where I got elected. Thank you, sir.
सभापति महोदय, देश में मछुआरों की हालत किसी से भी छुपी नहीं है। आज के समय में मछुआरों और मछली पकड़ने के अतिरिक्त कोई व्यवसाय नहीं होने के कारण वह अपने परिवार का ठीक से भरण पोषण नहीं कर पा रहे हैं और अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। मछुआरों की आर्थिक हालत ठीक न होने के कारण बचपन से ही अपने बच्चों को मछली पकड़ने के व्यवसाय में लगा देते हैं। आज भी देश के मछुआरों के पास पक्के मकान नहीं है, इसकी वजह से उन्हें कोलीवाड़ा में रहना पड़ रहा है तथा यह कोलीवाड़ा समुद्र के किनारे ही बने होते हैं। समुद्र के किनारे होने के कारण ये लोग कोस्टल रेगुलेशन जोन में जाते हैं। इनका परिवार बदलतर हालत में जीने को मजबूर है। मछुआरे अपनी नौकाओं को वर्षा के समय बारिश से बचाने के लिए प्लास्टिक इत्यादि चीजों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। उचित साधन नहीं होने के कारण उनकी नौकाएं जल्दी खराब हो जाती है। इनके पास कोल्ड स्टोरेज नहीं होने के कारण इनकी पकड़ी मछली जल्दी खराब हो जाती है। इनकी परेशानी यह खत्म नहीं होती है तथा मछुआरे मछली पकड़ने ज्यादातर खाड़ी इलाके में जाते हैं, जिसमें कीचड़ होने के कारण मछली नहीं पकड़ सकते। इस वजह से उनके व्यवसाय में कमी आ रही है। अतः अध्यक्ष सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी से मांग करता हूं कि मछुआरों के भरण पोषण के लिए समय समय पर सरकारी अनुदान दिया जाना चाहिए। केरोसिन, पेट्रोल पर भी सब्सिडी सही वक्त पे देनी चाहिए। कोल्ड स्टोरेज की उचित व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए तथा उन खाड़ी इलाकों की उचित सफाई की जाए जहां पर मछुआरे मछली पकड़ने जाते हैं तथा सरकार मछुआरों के व्यवसाय बढ़ाने और इनके बच्चों को उचित शिक्षा देने के लिए कोई उचित योजना बनाए जिससे उनकी परेशानी जल्दी से जल्द खत्म हो सकती है। धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
श्री महाबली सिंह जी।
सभापति महोदय, मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र काराकाट के अंतर्गत नवीनगर विधानसभा क्षेत्र के अनुग्रह नारायण रोड रेलवे स्टेशन जिला मुख्यालय का मुख्य स्टेशन है सर। जबकि अनुग्रह नारायण रोड से मुंशी बिगहा, जीवा बिगहा सीरीज के रास्ते चरण, रेंगनिया, मझौली, सुनौरा, अकोढ़ा जो BRBCL और NTPC का
growing at annual average growth rate of 8.1% between 2015-16 and 2019-20 period, significantly higher than the national AGR of 4.7%. During 2020-21 up to September 2020, Telangana exports were valued at 4.1 billion, registering an increase of 14% in compared to 2019-20. Thank you, sir.
But what do you want? You didn't make any request.
There is I will increase the export and the valuable foreign currency.
Shrimati Supriya Sule.
Sir, today road safety seems to be a huge challenge in our country, and this is the issue I want to raise, sir, today. There's an area called Navre Bridge in Pune city, Nare, which is a part of my constituency, sir, in Khadakwasla area. Since 2021 alone, took 17 lives. And
बातचीत करते समय कृपया आवाज जरा मंदी रखें. जो माननीय सदस्य बात कर रहे हैं, जरा धीमी आवाज में बात करें. या तो न करें, अच्छा होगा कि न करें. बहुत आवश्यक है तो जरा धीमी आवाज में करें. So that, अब वो मैं नाम नहीं ले सकता हूं, मैं अभी नहीं लूंगा, बाद में. I think please. Okay.
Sir, road safety seems to be a big challenge in our country, and I'd like to raise this issue regarding Navle Bridge in my constituency, which is the Nare area in Pune city and Khadakwasla area. Since 2021, took 17 lives and seriously injured 24 people. On November 21st, a series of accidents continued because a truck lost its control and about 40 vehicles caused a large pile of damaged vehicles on that road. The bridge has become a black spot for accidents due to the combination of steep inclines and turns and downward slopes, which have been reduced in the first measure of the check of the accidents. I have time and again raised this issue, and the service roads also need to be spruced up. But the accident somehow had stopped for about 6 months. But in order to ensure that people follow traffic rules and sufficient presence of police along the highway is much needed. Although National Highway, Police and Municipal Corporation of Pune have taken several steps in the past, but we have not been able to get a zero accident area as yet. So I would request the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways to look into the matter and take some very concrete steps, because it's a very large highway and we lose a lot of innocent lives here. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Shri MP Abdul Samad Samadani.
Thank you, sir. Sir, through you, I would like to draw the attention of the government and the Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation especially to a serious crisis that has occurred in the much awaited development process of the Kozhikode International Airport in Kerala. Sir, this crisis has taken place in the completion of the official formalities of the development project of the airport. The crisis, which is related with the financial aspect of the project, can be solved by effective and positive coordination between the central and state government departments and the governments. Sir, I therefore request the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation to initiate such a move for coordination between the central government and the state government, and to do the needful for starting the delayed development work of the airport at the earliest. Meanwhile, there are reports that the concerned authorities may be deciding to reduce the length of the airport runway, considering the non-completion of the essential official formalities by the concerned. Therefore, sir, I request the government to cancel that idea, which was already given up by the Honorable Minister on the request of members of Parliament representing the area. The curtailment of the runway will be very harmfully affecting the well-being, welfare, the day-to-day functioning and future development of this airport, this international airport, on which a large number of passengers, including the Pravasis, depend. Sir, this very important development work of the airport has to continue, and the curtailment of the runway, the idea has to be withdrawn, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Shri Subrat Pathak ji.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। मैं बहुत एक गंभीर समस्या के ऊपर आपका ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं। आपके माध्यम से सरकार को ध्यान में कि देश में ऑटिज्म और सेरेब्रल पाल्सी के मरीजों की संख्या में वृद्धि हो रही है। एक आंकड़े के अनुसार हमारे देश में 10 वर्ष से कम उम्र के हर 100 बच्चों में से एक बच्चा ऑटिज्म का शिकार है। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय को इस दिशा में कारगर प्रयास किए जाने की आवश्यकता है। यहाँ यह उल्लेख करना महत्वपूर्ण है कि अब तक ऑटिज्म और सेरेब्रल पाल्सी की CGHS की सूचीबद्ध बीमारियों के पैनल में शामिल नहीं किया गया है, जिससे सरकारी क्षेत्र के कर्मियों को अपने ऊपर ही निर्भर रहकर इलाज कराना पड़ता है और लोगों को इलाज कराने में बड़ी मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ता है। कई तो ऐसे लोग हैं कि जिनके पास में इलाज के लिए कभी कभी उनको अपना खेत तक गिरवी रखना पड़ता है, खेत बेचना पड़ता है, कर्जा लेना पड़ता है। ऐसी तमाम सारी समस्याओं से उनको जूझना पड़ता है। इसलिए इस इलाज में मरीजों की थेरेपी का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है। इससे संबंधित थेरेपी को भी CGHS के अंतर्गत लाने का प्रावधान किए जाने की आवश्यकता है। इसके अलावा हमारे देश के कुछ संस्थानों में ऑटिज्म पीड़ित बच्चों का स्टेम सेल थेरेपी के माध्यम से आधुनिकतम तरीके से इलाज हो रहा है, लेकिन इस इलाज में भी अधिक खर्च होता है, जिसे वहन करना सभी माता पिता अभिभावक के लिए आसान नहीं होता है। हमारे क्षेत्र में मेरी जानकारी में कई ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो इसको लेकर उनको या तो प्रॉपर जानकारी नहीं सही से मिल पाती है और उसके बाद में वो जाते भी हैं तो कई बार भटकते रहते हैं, और चूंकि ये इलाज सभी जगह उपलब्ध नहीं है तो इसलिए भी बड़ी समस्या होती है। तो इसलिए खर्चे का भी उनको अधिक खर्चा करना पड़ता है। इसलिए इस बीमारी को अविलंब CGHS की सूचीबद्ध बीमारियों के पैनल में शामिल किए जाने की आवश्यकता है, ताकि लाभार्थियों को ऑटिज्म पीड़ित अपने बच्चों को इलाज कराने की अनुमति मिल सके। कई जगह से मेरी सूचना में भी ये आया है कि कई जगह से इनको लौटा दिया गया है, तो इनको लौटाया ना जाए और सभी जगह के ऊपर इसकी व्यवस्था हो। इसके अलावा आपके माध्यम से मेरा यह भी अनुरोध है कि ऑटिज्म और सेरेब्रल पाल्सी को CGHS के साथ साथ अनिवार्य रूप से निजी चिकित्सा बीमा योजना में भी शामिल किया जाए, जिससे देश के लाखों लोगों को इसका लाभ मिल सके, क्योंकि लाखों लोग इससे पीड़ित हैं। इसलिए अध्यक्ष जी इस ओर विशेष ध्यान दिया जाए, यही आग्रह करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
हमारे श्री तेजस्वी सूर्या जी नहीं है, देवजी भाई नहीं है। अभी माननीय विदेश मंत्री जी का राज्यसभा में वक्तव्य चल रहा है, कुछ समय उनको लग सकता है, तब तक हमारे कुछ माननीय सदस्य शून्य प्रहर में रहने बोलने से वंचित रह गए थे, उनको कुछ अवसर देते हैं। श्री NK प्रेमचंद्रन जी।
Thank you very much, Chairman. Sir, I would like to raise a very serious matter of urgent concern in which the involvement of the Ministry of Labour is required, that is regarding the Employees Pension Scheme 1995. Honourable Chairman, it may kindly see, on 4th November 2022, the Honourable Supreme Court has delivered a judgment in respect of Employees Pension Scheme 1995 regarding the higher pension on the basis of actual salary. The matter was heard by various High Courts of India, Kerala High Court, Rajasthan High Court, Delhi High Court, and delivered their judgments. Against the judgments of these various High Courts, Government of India, Labour Ministry and Employees Provident Fund Organisation has preferred a special leave appeal, and that appeal has been rejected and dismissed by the learned Supreme Court, and subsequently review petition was filed, and the review petition was further allowed and delivered a detailed judgment. Sir, the judgment is affecting millions of workers in the country, those who are in the service and also those who are out of service who have already opted pension. In such a situation, it is having series of ramifications are there as far as the judgment is concerned. So my point is, as per the judgment of 2022, that is Employees Pension Scheme, Those who have not opted for higher pension on the basis of the actual salary, they are entitled to opt for the pension within 4 months from the date of the judgment. So the date of judgment was on 4/11/2022. But it is quite unfortunate to note that the Employees Provident Fund organization has not yet taken any step so as to implement the order of the Supreme Court judgment. That will be adversely affecting the poor workers. And another point is those who have already retired prior to 1/9/2014, they are not entitled to for opting higher pension. But at the same time, sir, 1 second. But at the same time, the R.C. Gupta judgment is approved and ratified in the judgment. So there is an ambiguity as far as the employees' pension scheme is concerned. So my point is, the government of India should come out with a clear statement as far as the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment regarding implementation of the order, as well as those who already retired before 1/9/2014. When I would urge upon the Labour Ministry to come out with a statement for the implementation of the judgment at the earliest, so as to protect the interests of the millions of workers.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं जिस इलाके से आता हूं वहां 3 ऐसी घटनाएं हो गई सर सभापति महोदय, जो देश को जानने लायक है कि पूरा का पूरा जो आदिवासी समाज है, शेड्यूल 5 का जिला है, जो संथाल पड़ना पूरा इलाका है, उसमें 3 अभी हत्याकांड ऐसा हुआ जिसमें कि घर में घुस के लड़की को जला दिया गया। हम बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन चाहे वो दुमका में हो, चाहे काठीकुंड में हो, चाहे मेरे लोकसभा जरमुंडी में हो सर, और पिरपैंती में भी अभी हुआ है सर, जो मेरा अपना खुद का विधानसभा है जहां का मैं वोटर हूं। ये चारों जगह जो चीजें दिखाई दे रही हैं, और लगातार मैं इस पार्लियामेंट में बोलता रहा हूं सर कि वोट बैंक का सवाल नहीं है, सवाल यह है कि जो आपका जिला मुर्शिदाबाद है, मालदा है, कटिहार है, किशनगंज है, भागलपुर है, गोड्डा है, दुमका है, देवघर है, जामताड़ा है, पाकुड़ है, इन सबों का डेमोग्राफी बदल गया। और डेमोग्राफी यदि पूरे देश के पॉपुलेशन के बढ़ोतरी को यदि आप लेंगे, और यदि मेरे इलाके और जो बिहार का पार्ट है, जो बंगाल का पार्ट है, जो संथालपन्ना झारखंड का पार्ट है, उसमें अचानक पॉपुलेशन बहुत बढ़ा है। और पॉपुलेशन बढ़ा है मुसलमानों का, उन मुसलमानों का जो बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी हैं। और बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को धर्म के आधार पर यदि आप देखते हैं तो एक बड़ा सवाल पैदा होता है कि आपकी बहू सुरक्षित है कि नहीं, बेटी सुरक्षित है कि नहीं। ये 4 घटनाएं तो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं कि जो कि हत्या कर दी गई, दिन दहाड़े हत्या कर दी गई, लेकिन जो एक बड़ा ट्रेंड डेवलप हुआ है और पूरे देश को जानने वाला सवाल है सर कि आदिवासी लड़कियों के साथ मुसलमान शादी कर रहा है, और शादी करके उनके जो बच्चे हो रहे हैं वो मुसलमान हो रहे हैं। जब झारखंड अलग हुआ तो उस वक्त पाकुड़ एक जिला है हमारे यहां जिसका पॉपुलेशन 30%, 32% मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन था, आज वो 66% पर हो गया है। मैं जब गोड्डा में पहली बार चुनाव लड़ने के लिए गया 2009 में अध्यक्ष महोदय, तो उस वक्त जो है केवल और केवल 2 लाख मुसलमान थे, आज 4 लाख मुसलमान हैं। क्या ये यहां के मुसलमानों का रोजगार नहीं छीन रहे? क्या एएसआई और पीएफआई की जो एक्टिविटी है इस देश को तोड़ नहीं रही है? पूरे दुनिया का जो भी साइबर क्राइम हो रहा है वो सब मेरे इलाके में हो रहा है। यदि आप देखेंगे जामताड़ा नाम का नेटफ्लिक्स पर एक बड़ा सीरियल हो चुका है, और वो सब बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान और घुसपैठिए कर रहे हैं। मेरा आपके माध्यम से सरकार से आग्रह है कि यह समय आ गया है कि नेशनल पॉपुलेशन रजिस्टर बनाइए, जो बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए हैं उसको बाहर करिए, और जो आदिवासियों के नाम पर जो प्रताड़ित हो रही हैं महिलाएं, जो शादी करके धर्मांतरण कर रहे हैं और जिसके ऊपर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन किया है, उसको आप रोकने का प्रयास करें। धन्यवाद सर।
सभापति महोदय, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आपका ध्यान एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण मामले की ओर आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। गत 30 अगस्त 2002 से सभापति महोदय, हमारे नौसेना के 8 जो सेवानिवृत्त अधिकारी हैं उनको कतर में, दोहा में सॉलिटरी कन्फाइनमेंट में रखा गया है, और उनके खिलाफ क्या आरोप है, ना उनको वो आरोप बताए गए हैं, ना उनके परिवारों को वो आरोप बताए गए हैं। और 90 दिन सॉलिटरी कन्फाइनमेंट में रखने के बाद जब उनको 1 दिसंबर 2002 को एक अदालत के सामने पेश किया गया उनकी सॉलिटरी कन्फाइनमेंट की अवधि फिर 30 दिन के लिए बढ़ा दी गई। मैं सभापति महोदय आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, विदेश मंत्री भी अभी आएंगे अपने बिल को सदन के पटल पर रखने के लिए, कि ये बहुत ही गंभीर मामला है। हमने 4 दिसंबर 2002 को नेवी डे मनाया है और ऐसी परिस्थिति में एक पड़ोसी देश में हमारे 8 सेवानिवृत्त नौसेना के अधिकारी अगर 120 दिन से ज्यादा सॉलिटरी कन्फाइनमेंट में हों और ना उनको बताया गया, ना उनके परिवारों को बताया गया और शायद भारतीय दूतावास को भी नहीं बताया गया कि उनके खिलाफ क्या आरोप है, ये बहुत ही एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि कतर की सरकार के साथ इस मामले को तुरंत उठाया जाए और ये जो 8 लोग हैं इनको रिहा कराकर हिंदुस्तान वापस लाया जाए। बहुत बहुत
जायसवाल जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। बिहार में संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं। बिहार में जो भी स्कूल हैं उसमें बिल्कुल साफ नियम है कि जो सरकारी स्कूल हैं वह रविवार को बंद होंगे और जो उर्दू स्कूल है वह शुक्रवार को बंद होंगे। और इसमें मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है, लेकिन पूरे सीमांचल क्षेत्र में चाहे वो किशनगंज हो, पूर्णिया हो, अररिया हो, सभी जगहों पर शुक्रवार को छुट्टी दी जा रही है। जो भारत सरकार अपना मध्याह्न भोजन शुक्रवार को देती है वह बढ़ता नहीं है, वह पूरा का पूरा पैसे का घोटाला हो रहा है। और संविधान से ऊपर व्यक्ति कैसे हो सकता है? जब मेरे क्षेत्र में मझरिया में एक उर्दू स्कूल है, एक भी अल्पसंख्यक बच्चा वहां नहीं पढ़ता है, फिर भी जबरदस्ती शुक्रवार को वहां छुट्टी कराई जाती है यह कहते हुए कि यह उर्दू स्कूल है, जबकि वहां एक भी अल्पसंख्यक बच्चा नहीं है। वही सीमांचल के क्षेत्र में एक पूरी साजिश के तहत जो एक पूरे इलाके में बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के कारण शुक्रवार को स्कूल में छुट्टी कराई जा रही है, उस दिन का मध्याह्न भोजन का घोटाला हो रहा है और बिहार सरकार पूरी तरह से चुप है। अभी पीरपैंती में भी श्रीमती नीलम देवी जी की जघन्य हत्या हुई है और वहां का पुलिस अधीक्षक कहता है कि नहीं, यह मामला उधार लेने का है और उधर कोई अल्पसंख्यक पूरे समाज को वह अपमानित कर रहे हैं। अगर एक महिला की इस बुरी तरह हत्या की जाती है और आप इसको समाज उधार से जोड़ रहे हैं तो यह बहुत ही शर्मनाक बात है।
श्री ईटी मोहम्मद बशीर जी।
Thank you very much. Sir, I wish to draw the kind attention of this House and the government towards an injustice done against lakhs and lakhs of students who are depending pre-matric scholarship. So this pre-matric scholarship was now abandoned. It is cancelled. Government of India has not said any specific reason, sir. Sir, you may be knowing that poor students, this is scholarship, you have to realize. This was under Ministry of Social Justice and Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So you can very well imagine, sir, how important was this. Lakhs of students, they were depending upon this scholarship only, sir. Not only that, the cruelty in that is something more. Because everything was going on nicely. Application was invited, it was scrutinized, and they were waiting for the final order. Unfortunately, in a fine morning, Government of India decided to withdraw that. 1 to 8 class. 1 to 8 class, poor students. These poor students, they were depending this because, sir, this was a very, very important motivation for the students, relief for the students. Such poor students were enjoying that, sir. We have to realize one thing more, sir. Government, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, what is that you are going to gain out of this? What benefit is you are going to have it, except doing some hardship to the poor students? Sir, I humbly submit, it's a humanitarian kind of question. I humbly request the government not to proceed this kind of these things. Kindly restore that and clear the backlog. These are my humble submissions, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
सभा, देश के लिए बहुत अच्छा दिन है। पिछड़ों में से जो उपराष्ट्रपति बने, आज उन्होंने राज्यसभा में नेतृत्व किया, ये बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात है। और पिछले दिनों देश के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि एसटी क्लास से राष्ट्रपति बनाए गए। उसी क्रम में जम्मू कश्मीर से संबंधित पिछड़ों में से, जिसमें जाट, गुजर, यादव, पाल, सैनिक, कश्यप, सुनार, लोहार, कुम्हार तमाम पिछड़ी जातियां आती हैं, और दलित जो 22% के करीब हैं। तो जम्मू कश्मीर में आजादी से अभी तक उनका शोषण होता रहा, पिछड़ों का भी, दलितों का भी। और 370 हटने के बाद जो खास करके वहां एसटी क्लास में आते हैं, गुजर मुसलमान या गुजर बकरवाल, उनके लिए सरकार ने बहुत अच्छा सोचा और 10% का उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन दिया, जो पहली सरकारों ने कभी रिजर्वेशन नहीं दिया। उनका शोषण हुआ, वोट लीक, रिश्तेदारियां करी, पर करा कुछ नहीं। ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। लेकिन पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और पीडीपी ने उनको गुमराह करने के लिए एक चाल चली है कि तुम्हारा जो आरक्षण हो 10% हुआ है, उसमें 10% जो आरक्षण हुआ है उसमें दूसरी जातियों को लेके आ रहे हैं। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं सरकार से, सरकार सहानुभूति पूर्वक उनके बारे में सोचे और जो 10% आरक्षण उनका है वो कम ना करा जाए। अगर कुछ जातियां ली जाए तो प्रोपोर्शनेटली प्रो डेटा बेसिस अलग से उनका आरक्षण कराया जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
चलिए आप स्लिप भेजिए, स्लिप भेजिए जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं अपने लोकसभा क्षेत्र के अति महत्वपूर्ण विषय आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं। पिछले कई बार मैंने इसको सदन में रखने का काम किया। मेरा लोकसभा क्षेत्र का अति महत्वपूर्ण जो धलभुंगड़ एयरपोर्ट है वो उड़ान स्कीम में है और लगातार हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि उसका काम शुरू किया जाए। पिछले सरकार जब हमारे थे उस समय हमारे माननीय एविएशन मिनिस्टर स्टेट जयंत सिन्हा जी भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। 2019 में जनवरी महीना में उसका भूमि पूजन भी किया गया था, लेकिन आज तक इसका शुरुआत नहीं हुआ क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का अनदेखी का चलते आज तक शुरू नहीं हुआ। क्योंकि जमशेदपुर एयरपोर्ट इसलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि वहाँ टाटा जैसे घराना 8-10 बड़े उद्योग है। वहीं आदित्यपुर इंडस्ट्री बेल्ट में लगभग हजारों उद्योग है जो कि विभिन्न क्षेत्र में लोग अपना बिजनेस का पर्पस में जाते हैं। वही यूरेनियम जैसा, कॉपर जैसा माइंस भी है, आयरन और का है। तो मेरा आपके माध्यम से ही कहना है कि सिर्फ ये झारखंड के सीमावर्ती इलाका नहीं बल्कि उड़ीसा के बालेश्वर वो औद्योगिक क्षेत्र है, आदित्यपुर उद्योग क्षेत्र है, पश्चिम बंगाल के खड़गपुर वो भी औद्योगिक क्षेत्र है और मात्र 72 किलोमीटर, 59 किलोमीटर, 46 किलोमीटर में। मैं आपको आपके माध्यम से माननीय एविएशन मंत्रालय से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि राज्य सरकार से अविलंब बात करके उनका मनसा साफ करते हुए, क्योंकि झारखंड में जो अति आवश्यक है उसको नजरअंदाज करके अभी देवघर में हमारे निशिकांत दुबे जी अभी नया नया एयरपोर्ट खोले, वो अभी दुमका का बात कर रहे हैं। तो दुमका महज 32 किलोमीटर है और जमशेदपुर अति महत्वपूर्ण है, उसका तरफ नहीं जाते। लेकिन आपके माध्यम से मैं माननीय मंत्रालय और माननीय मंत्री से निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ, टाटा जैसा जमशेदपुर सारे उद्योग घराना है, इंडस्ट्री बेल्ट के साथ साथ तो माइंस इलाका है, उसके जल्द से जल्द। और चाकुलिया में भी एयरपोर्ट है, वहाँ पूरी उद्योग नगरी है। इसलिए आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि धलभुंगड़ का एयरपोर्ट जो हमारे उड़ान स्कीम में है उसका जल्द से जल्द शुरू किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री रवनीत सिंह जी।
चेयरमैन साहब थैंक यू। तो आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं पंजाब में हमारे बहुत ही मशहूर नामवर सिंगर सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बहुत बुरी तरह उन्हें एक बहुत बड़ी गैंग वॉर में पंजाब में मार दिया गया और कुछ ही दिन पहले राजस्थान में बहुत बड़ा शूट आउट हुआ है। सर, एक पंजाब गैंगलैंड बन के रह गया है। वहां पे सरकार रोज आना, वहां पे कत्ल हो रहे हैं और दोबारा पुराना माहौल जैसे था पंजाब में टेररिज्म वाला माहौल लाया जा रहा है। सर, मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है, क्योंकि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, होम मिनिस्टर भी उसमें मिनिस्ट्री लगी हुई है और जो उसके मारने वाले हैं वो कनाडा, अमेरिका में बैठे हैं, पाकिस्तान में बैठे हैं। सर, उसके ऊपर लुकआउट नोटिस भी जारी किया हुआ है, क्योंकि पंजाब सरकार, पंजाब पुलिस बहुत अच्छी है लेकिन सरकार वहां की बिल्कुल फेल हो चुकी है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को अपने हाथ में ये लेके, क्योंकि वो बहुत बाहर के देश, वहां से वो ये काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके मां बाप रोज तड़फ रहे हैं। सर, इतने बड़े नामवर सिंगर और अनेकों उसकी तरह जो नौजवान मारे जा रहे हैं, उनको न्याय मिले, उनके मां बाप कहीं ये तो सोच सकें भी हमारा बेटा चला गया और उसका हमें जिसने मारा उनको सजा तो मिली,
तो इसलिए सर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को आपके माध्यम से मैं गुजारिश करता हूं, ये पंजाब में कत्लेआम बंद हो और दोबारा जो टेररिज्म वाले हालात बने हैं वो उनको ढूंढ के यहाँ पे सजा दिलवाई जाए, जिससे सिद्धू मूसेवाले जैसे परिवारों को आराम आ सके।
फसल बीमा योजना, ये जो केंद्र सरकार किसानों के लिए जो योजना लाई है सर, इसमें आपने अगर किसानों से डायरेक्टली हम जब बात करते हैं तो मेजॉरिटी प्रॉब्लम्स ही उसमें आती हैं। एक तो 72 आवर्स में जाके आपके नुकसान जहां पर हुआ उसकी फोटो क्लिक करके आप पहले कंपनियों को भेजिए, जहां इंटरनेट चलता है, हमको कनेक्शन मिलता है, वहां से तो फोटो भेज दिए जाते हैं, पर आप एक जगह बोलते हैं घरकुल इसलिए कैंसिल किया जाता है क्योंकि इनके पास एंड्रॉइड फोन है। और किसान अगर एंड्रॉइड फोन, स्मार्टफोन चलाता है और उसके बाद भी अगर कनेक्शन नहीं मिलता है तो 72 घंटे में जाकर वो अपनी फसल की फोटो नहीं भेज पाता है, कंपनियों को नहीं पहुंच पाता है। फसल बीमा में सर 1 मिनट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि किसानों का मुद्दा है और जहां हमारी सरकार उन्हें बहुत मदद करना चाहती है, इसलिए ये योजना का लाभ डायरेक्टली उनको पहुंचना चाहिए, पर उसमें इतनी त्रुटियां हैं कि उसे सॉल्व करना बहुत जरूरी है। डायरेक्टली वो बेनिफिट कंपनियों को हो रहा है, किसानों को नहीं हो रहा है सर। किसान अगर 50,000 भरते हैं, लाख रुपया भरते हैं, 1.5 लाख रुपया भरते हैं, उसके रिटर्न में 0 पैसे उन्हें मिले जा रहे हैं। तो इसके लिए इस पे डिस्कशन करके इसकी त्रुटियां निकालना बहुत जरूरी है। हमारे कृषि मंत्री जी भी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, मैं विनती करूंगी सर, जहां पर हम सभी को फायदा पहुंचाने की बात करें, किसानों को इसमें लाभ नहीं हो रहा है, सीधा उनका नुकसान हो रहा है। पैसे देने के बाद कंपनियों को डबल मुनाफा होता है और हम हमारे किसानों को 0 से हम रह जाते हैं। तो आपसे विनती करूंगी किसानों को इसके ऊपर कुछ ना।
बहुत शुक्रिया जनाब, एक बड़ा ही अर्जेंट मसला उठाने के लिए। जनाब आजकल कश्मीर में सब 0 टेम्परेचर है, 0 से नीचे पारा गया था, तो आज ही वहाँ पर जो फराहमी है बिजली की वो सबसे कम है और ये अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है इस साल। और अनरेगुलेटेड जो पावर कट्स हैं, जो शटडाउन से स्ट्रीम लाइट कर ये तवक्को की जाती थी कि पावर स्ट्रीम किया जाए और उसकी जो सप्लाई है वो ज़्यादा बेहतर बनाई जाए। उसके मुकाबले में जनाब इस साल तो हालत और भी अबतर हो गई है। तो मेरी ये गुजारिश होगी कि कोई 2500 मेगावाट के करीब वहाँ बिजली की ज़रूरत है रोज़ाना, उसके मुकाबले में सिर्फ 1600 के करीब वहाँ सप्लाई की जाती है। एक तो वहाँ लोकली स्ट्रीमलाइन किया जाए, रेगुलेट किए जाए जो भी पावर कट्स हैं, शटडाउन से, और दूसरी यहाँ से बिजली की जो फराहमी है वो इंक्रीज़ की जाए ताकि ऑप्टिमम लेवल तक 2500 मेगावाट तक जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट हो वो उस तक वहाँ बिजली फराहम की जाए और लोगों को सब 0 टेम्परेचर में, जबकि इस वक्त फ्रीजिंग से नीचे चला गया टेम्परेचर, तो उसमें उनको असुविधा न हो।
श्रीमती जसकौर मीणा जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभापति जी। मैं एक ऐसे अति महत्वपूर्ण और वर्तमान में चल रहे एक बहुत किसानों के प्रति अन्याय को दिखाना चाहती हूं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के अंतर्गत राजस्थान के 3 जिलों में जहां 23 लाख पौधे अमरूद का फल देते हैं, यहां 3000 गाड़ियां उनकी यहां दिल्ली में आती हैं, नेशनल हाईवे बंद कर दिए, स्टेट हाईवे बंद कर दिए। ऐसी परिस्थिति में किसान अपने फलों को रास्ते में ही पटक रहे हैं और किसान बर्बादी के कगार पर हैं। मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि नेशनल हाईवे और हाईवे बंद नहीं होने चाहिए और ना ही राजस्थान की सरकार ने कोई प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट वहां स्थापित की ताकि वो अपने पके हुए फल को वहां दे सके। मैं आपके माध्यम से ये कहूं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, ये जोड़ो यात्रा नहीं, किसानों के लिए, भारत किसानों को तोड़ने की यात्रा जो चालू हो रही है, इसमें राजस्थान की सरकार का पूरा हाथ है और वहां रंगारंग कार्यक्रम करते हैं और उधर किसान बर्बाद हो रहे हैं।
Thank you, Honourable Chairman. My submissions regarding the Sabri project. Sangamali-Erimeli railway line will provide connectivity to the National Pilgrim Center, Sabrimala, with many other pilgrim centers, including Kaladi, the birthplace of Sankaracharya, Varanangaram, the Shrine Church of St. Alphonsa, Erimeli, the center of religious fraternity. The railway line will connect 14 commercial and industrial centers of Kerala. It will have a great impact on the pilgrim tourism potential of the state, overall development of the Ernakulam, Idukki, Kottayam and Pathanamthitta district. Honourable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has directed to include this railway line project into the Pragati platform on 26th October. However, due to various reasons, the project did not progress and led to the freezing of the project by the railway on September. Sir, Government of Kerala has informed the Railway Board the willingness to share 50% of the cost of Angamali Erimeli Sabari new project. Considering the importance of the project, the overall development of the state, boost the pilgrim tourism, commerce, industries, urbanization, public transport, etc., and the fact that government of Kerala has agreed to bear 50% of the cost of the project. I urge on the government to include Angamali Erimeli Sabari railway line to the Prime Minister's Gadi Shakti project and approving the revised estimate with a facility of Vande Bharat rail service. Thank you.
श्री विनायक राउत जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। खास करके महाराष्ट्र के किसानों की समस्या मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार के ध्यान में लाना चाहता हूं। इस वक्त महाराष्ट्र के कई क्षेत्रों में भारी वर्षा होने की वजह से जो फसल आ रही थी वो पूरी तरीके से बर्बाद हो चुकी, चाहे वो धान हो, कपास हो, सोयाबीन हो, और बरसात के वजह से, भारी वर्षा के वजह से फसल किसानों को मिलने के जब वक्त था तभी न मिलने के बाद आज किसानों के सामने बहुत बड़ी समस्या निर्माण हुई कि हम भविष्य में कैसे जी सके, और ना सरकार मदद करते। किसानों की मांग है एसडीआरएफ में बढ़ोतरी होनी चाहिए, एनडीआरएफ के जो नॉर्म्स है उसमें बढ़ोतरी होनी चाहिए, किसानों को मदद मिलना चाहिए, फसल बीमा स्कीम की भी मदद सही वक्त पे मिलनी चाहिए, बिजली की सप्लाई नहीं हो रही है।
विनायक राव, आप बोल चुके हैं 0 आवर में आज?
नहीं, वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं आया था।
नहीं, बोल चुके हैं, दोबारा नहीं।
तो खत्म करता हूँ सर
जी।
तो नहीं, खत्म करने के लिए बोलो।
काट भी अलाउ। आप जी बोल चुके हैं एक बार, तो प्लीज आपको भी ध्यान रखना था। कोई बात, हाँ प्लीज।
நன்றி அவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே।
No, it can't be like that. Please.
நன்றி அவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே। நாடு முழுவதும் ஆன்லைன் சூதாட்டத்தை தடை செய்ய வேண்டும். ஆன்லைன் சூதாட்டத்தால் பலரும் தற்கொலை செய்து வந்து இருக்கக்கூடிய நிலையிலே ஆன்லைன் சூதாட்டத்தை தடை செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். தமிழகத்திலே ஆன்லைன் சூதாட்டத்தை தடை செய்வதற்கு மக்கள் பிரதிநிதிகள் சட்டமன்றத்திலே சட்டம் இயற்றி தீர்மானம் நிறைவேற்றி ஆளுநருடைய ஒப்புதலுக்கு அனுப்பி ஆளுநர் அதற்கு ஒப்புதல் அளிக்காமல் இன்னும் அந்த தற்கொலை உயிரிழப்பு அதிகரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகளெல்லாம் இணைந்து பெரும்பான்மையாக ஒருமனதாக இயற்றப்பட்ட தீர்மானத்தை ஆளுநர் ஒப்புதல் அளிக்காமல் அங்கே உயிரிழப்பு அதிகரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. எந்த விதத்திலும் மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்படாத ஆளுநர் இந்த மசோதாவை இழுத்தடித்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த ஆன்லைன் சூதாட்ட தடை மசோதா உள்ளிட்ட 22 மசோதாக்களுக்கு மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட சட்டசபையில் நிறைவேற்றிய மசோதாவை ஆளுநர் ஒப்புதல் அளிக்காது தமிழக சட்டப்பேரவை மட்டுமல்ல 8 கோடி தமிழர்களையும் அவமதிக்கக்கூடிய செயல். ஆளுநரை ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய பிரதிநிதியாக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆளுநரை அரசு
माननीय मंत्री श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी।
I rise to appraise this August House of the key foreign engagements and initiatives taken by India since monsoon session, and which ended on 8th of August 2022. During this period, India's diplomacy continued apace. Honorable President, Honorable Vice President, and Honorable Prime Minister interacted with a number of their foreign counterparts in India and abroad. We also participated in events linked to G20, SCO, and ASEAN, while hosting a number of foreign dignitaries in India. This included Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the United Nations. I myself visited a number of nations, as did several our External Affairs Minister and other Ministers of State. And we have received many of our counterpart colleagues here in India. Together, these activities reflected India's growing interest, expanding footprint, and more intensive partnerships. Through these efforts at multiple levels, we were able to advance our national objectives in a world that is increasingly beset with uncertainties, disruptions, and rivalries. Honorable President met Her Majesty Queen Maxima of Netherlands, who visited India from 29 to 31st August 2022 in her capacity as United Nations Secretary General's Special Advocate. Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, also called on Honorable President during her state visit to India, Honorable President's first overseas visit was to United Kingdom to attend the funeral of late Queen Elizabeth II. Honorable Vice President represented India at the India-ASEAN Commemorative Summit at Cambodia, which elevated the India-ASEAN relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. He also attended 17th East Asia Summit, which is an important forum to promote free, open, inclusive and rules-based Indo-Pacific. Apart from bilateral engagements in Phnom Penh, he visited UNESCO World Heritage Temples at Thap from Angkor Wat, where conservation and restoration work has taken place with India's support. Furthermore, on the invitation of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of Qatar, Honorable Vice President attended the opening ceremony of FIFA World Cup 2022. This reflected India's long-standing friendship and relationship with Qatar, which is home to over 8.5 lakh Indian nationals. Honorable Prime Minister participated at Samarkand Summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization Council of Head of States, where India assumed the chairmanship of SCO. As chair of SCO, India's priorities are to advance the theme of secure, articulated by Prime Minister initially at the SCO Summit in Guangdong in 2018. Secure stands for security, economic cooperation, connectivity, unity, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity and environment. At Samarkand, Prime Minister voiced global sentiment when he declared that this was not an era of war. His statement was in the context of the Ukraine conflict, where our advocacy of dialogue and diplomacy has been consistent and persistent. It has a larger resonance as well. We have also extended support on specific concerns such as supply of food grains and fertilizers. As indeed on security of nuclear installations, our position has been broadly appreciated by the international community and finds reflection in G20 Bali Declaration. I'm very happy to inform the House that Kashi has been designated as the first SCO cultural and tourist capital for 22-23. This would facilitate showcasing of our age-old knowledge, inheritance, and our rich social and cultural heritage. The Prime Minister also attended the state funeral of late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan, who was a particular friend of India. In his meeting with his counterpart, PM Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister noted that invaluable contributions made by Shinzo Abe to strengthening India-Japan relations, as well as conceptualizing the vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Both PMs renewed their commitment towards enhancing India-Japan strategic and global partnership and to work towards promoting regional and international cooperation. The Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, paid an official visit to India from 18th to 20th October and joined Prime Minister in Kevadia to jointly launch the Lifestyle for Environment initiative. Heads of state and governments from France, UK, Estonia, Georgia, Maldives, Nepal, Madagascar, Mauritius, Argentina, and Guyana contributed with their messages of support for the LIFE initiative. Allow me to turn now to the subject of G20. As the House is aware, the Prime Minister attended the Bali G20 summit recently, and we therefore thereafter assumed its presidency. G20 is the premier forum for global economic cooperation, representing around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the world trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. Prime Minister had noted that India's presidency of the G20 during the year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is a matter of pride for every Indian. The G20 meetings have already commenced in India, and our endeavour is to organize about 200 of these meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India. The G20 summit to be held next year would be one of the highest profile international gatherings to be hosted by India. During the G20 Bali summit held under Indonesia's presidency, India extended fullest support to ensure its success. Our contribution to finding a common ground among members in a polarized environment was widely appreciated. Prime Minister also held discussions with counterpart leaders on key issues of global concern. They focused mainly on reviving global growth, ensuring food and energy security, promoting technology, preserving environment, and addressing public health and digital transformation. As is customary, many of these opportunities also provided an occasion to take stock of our bilateral relationships. Since we were assuming the responsibility, this was also the time to seek the support and cooperation of all G20 members for the success of India's presidency. Honourable members are aware that the G20 is taking place in the largest context of geological crisis, food and energy insecurity, slow progress of sustainable development goals, mounting debt burden, and challenges to climate action and climate justice. Our endeavour is to build consensus within the G20, champion causes, especially of the Global South, and shape the setting up of the agenda. This will also be an occasion for us to highlight the 3 Ds of India: development, democracy, and diversity. In our global engagements, we have discerned strong interest in India's digital delivery, public health response, green growth and development, as well as the empowerment of all sections of society. There is also an enhanced interest in our democratic traditions, which go way back in our pluralistic and consultative culture. We envisage the G20 presidency as an occasion to showcase India to the world. This will be done through cultural activities, regional festivals, technology programs, sustainability initiatives, millets promotion, one district, one product, community engagement, and civil society activities. Our presidency will witness a Jan Bhagidari, where all of India would not only participate but celebrate this occasion. As the House is aware, government has briefed leaders of political parties in this regard. We see this as a truly national endeavour and seek the cooperation of everybody to make it a success. I would also like to highlight that India will provide stronger voice to the issues of interest to the Global South. This is very much part of our DNA. It was in evidence most recently during the vaccine Maitri. Our emphasis will be on sharing the India story, caring of all, and taking collective action. It will focus on emphasizing our achievements and priorities such as digital India, clean energy, sustainable lifestyles, women-led development, and multilateral reforms. Prime Minister's initiative on lifestyle for environment movement, and India's millet initiative, which has resulted in UN declaration of the year 2023 as the International Year of Millets, would also be prominent in India's approach towards addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we are building stronger bridges with both developing countries and advanced economies. Apart from our G20 presidency, we are members of a growing number of groups and mechanisms. Some of them are relatively established, like the BRICS and Commonwealth. Others have been more recent, like the Quad and SCO. And still others are emerging, like the 12 IUT and Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We are also increasingly engaging the world in group formats, reflecting the growing interest on their part in cooperating with India. This could be with the ASEAN, Africa or Pacific Islands, or indeed the Nordic nations, CARICOM, SELEC or Central Asia. Our growing collaboration with the European Union is of particular importance. I would also like to share with the House that the ministers of MEA have been equally active during this period. EM has hosted foreign ministers of Maldives, France, Singapore, Botswana, United Kingdom, Ghana, Gabon, Belarus, Syria, UAE and Germany in this period. I would also like to highlight the India-Singapore Ministerial Roundtable and the collective interaction with 12 African African ministers dealing with education and skills that took place in New Delhi. It would give the honourable members a sense of the breadth of our engagement and the growing global interest in India. This was also in evidence during the outgoing visits of the EM to Thailand, Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, UAE, Japan and Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, USA, Australia, New Zealand, Egypt and Russia. It was our privilege to represent India at the UN General Assembly high-level segment this year. It took the occasion to engage with G4, the L69 Quad, IBSA, BRICS, SELEC and CARICOM and hold multiple trilaterals and bilaterals. Our ministers of states have been equally vigorous in promoting the interest of India abroad. Sri Muralidharan went to Brazil, Senegal, USA, Oman, Djibouti, Kenya, Eritrea and Nigeria. I represented India at SICA Summit at Kazakhstan and visited Georgia, Norway, Iceland and Malta. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh was our representative at IRA Ministerial and visited Indonesia. The House should also be aware that as chair of the Counter-Terrorism CTC of UNSC, India hosted its special meeting in October. All the 15 members participated and paid homage to victims of 26/11 Mumbai terrorist attack at Memorial Wall in Taj Mahal Palace Hotel. This was the first time that the UNSC held a meeting in India. Their Delhi Declaration emphasized the need to display zero tolerance towards terrorism and combat it in all its forms and manifestations. I'm happy to inform the House that after a gap created by COVID, India will be hosting 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas at Indore from 8th to 10th January 2023. This year's theme acknowledges the contributions of Indian diaspora as diaspora reliable partners for India's progress in Amrit Kal. The 32 million Indian diaspora is a great source of support for our country. India's 4C commitment of care, connect, celebrate and contribute would be on display during the celebrations. His Excellency President Mohammad Irfan Ali Goyana of Guyana will be the chief guest at Pravasi Bharatiya Divas 2023. Where Republic Day 2023 is concerned, we have invited His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt as the chief guest. He has graciously accepted the invitation. Honourable members would also be glad to know that 12th World Hindi Conference will be held jointly between India and Fiji from 15th to 17th February 2023 at Fiji. This will be the first occasion of hosting this event in Pacific region. Foreign policy today is no longer just an excuse of a ministry or just an exercise of a ministry or even that of the government. It has a direct impact on the daily lives of all Indians. This may be in ensuring that our products have market access or that our talent gets into the global workplace, but it is equally an effort to ensure that technology, best practices and capital flow into India. Our endeavour in a difficult global situation is that the welfare of Indian people is ensured, however challenging the circumstances may be. This may be in exceptional situations like Operation Ganga in Ukraine, or the ability to access key necessities like energy and fertilizers on affordable terms, or indeed in concluding migration and mobility partnerships as we have just done with Germany. Indian foreign policy is there to serve the Indian people. We will do whatever it takes to discharge that responsibility. It could be in ensuring international support for our policies or in acceptance of our interests and objectives. These may be difficult times, but it is also an occasion to display our leadership and make a strong contribution to global peace, stability, growth and security. Honourable members know this well and understandably approach the ministry with their particular concerns and issues. It has been our earnest effort to respond as effectively and sincerely to their communications. We are extremely conscious that foreign policy must respond to the requirements and demands of our society. We demonstrate that as much through the activities of our embassies abroad as we do at home, through improved passport and immigration services, a very we confidence that this august House does appreciate both our promotion of national interest abroad as well as our responsiveness to the daily requirements of our people. I conclude with the expectation that the House will continue to extend its fullest support to our efforts and encourage our success in G20 presidency. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
No. Item number 15, समुद्री जल दस्युता रोधी विधेयक 2019, माननीय मंत्री जी. No queries. You know, please sit down. No. Honorable, chaliye. Item number 15 now. Item number 15. Please. No. Nothing. Please. Chaliye. Please sit down, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
नोटिस दीजिए उसका. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर के वक्तव्य पर कोई कमेंट नहीं होता. प्लीज अदिल साहब बैठ जाइए. बैठिए, प्रेमचंद साहब बैठिए. आप नोटिस दीजिए, चर्चा हो उसके ऊपर. प्लीज. नो. बैठिए, अदिल साहब बैठिए. बैठ जाइए. प्लीज, मिस्टर.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I am rising to move in this August House official amendments to the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. The bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha on 9 December 2019 and Honorable Speaker, sir, had referred it to the Standing Committee on External Affairs 2019-2020 for examination and report. I thank the committee for examining the bill in detail and making very useful recommendations and observations. To suitably incorporate these recommendations, the Ministry of External Affairs held several rounds of ministerial consultations with concerned ministries and departments. The amendments have been drafted and finalized in consultation with and concurrence of the Ministry of Law and Justice. Sir, I am happy to note that out of the 18 recommendations of the committee, 14 have been incorporated suitably. 3 recommendations, number 1, 3 and 18, were in the nature of observations which have been noted. 1 recommendation, number 2, is to define clear-cut roles of various departments to be reflected in the rules for the effective coordination mechanism. This recommendation also calls for SOPs for deportation and extradition of pirates by the Ministry of Home Affairs so that these could be implemented early, and that has been noted and will be addressed suitably. So regarding the issues raised by the committee, the provision of trial in absentia has been dropped. Keeping in mind the observations of the committee regarding the Supreme Court of India's ruling on awarding mandatory death punishment, the provision regarding death punishment has been amended in the bill to also include imprisonment for life. Honorable Speaker, sir, India does not have a specific law or legal provision in the IPC or the CRPC on piracy. This bill, along with the amendments, would provide an effective legal instrument to combat piracy, not only in our territorial waters, but in the EEZ, but also on the high seas. India's security and economic well-being is inextricably linked to the sea, and maritime security is a prerequisite, with more than 90% of our trade with the world taking place through sea routes and more than 80% of our hydrocarbon requirements being seaborne. The security of our sea lanes of communication is critical to our national well-being. India is also one of the largest providers of seafarers in the world. We are a signatory to the UNCLOS 1982, which was ratified in 1995. The passing of this bill fulfills the expectation of this convention for cooperation in repression of piracies in the high seas. It may be noted that the Honourable Prime Minister had chaired a UN Security Council session in 2021 focused exclusively on maritime security. He had then outlined 5 principles for such cooperation. As such, the passing of the bill today is a logical follow-up of our maritime initiative and will also enhance our maritime security, including those of our trade routes and the welfare of our seafarers in international waters. It therefore merits the consideration and approval of this House. Thank you. So, sir, I rise to move that the bill, anti-maritime piracy bill 2019 with amendments be passed.
बिल का इंट्रोडक्शन
taken into consideration.
इंट्रोडक्शन हो चुका है, पास है। हाँ ठीक है, ठीक कंसिडरेशन के लिए
Sir, be
कंसिडरेशन एंड पासिंग,
considered and passed.
ओके। श्री मनीष तिवारी जी।
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, sir. I rise to speak on the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. If I understand correctly, the official amendments which are sought to be moved by the government, you plan to amend the title of the bill to perhaps read Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2019, which of course would make it sound better. As the Minister was explaining, Mr. Chairperson, that the bill was introduced in this House on the 9th of December 2019, was referred to the Standing Committee on 23rd December 2019. The Standing Committee reported back on the 11th of February 2021, and official amendments were proposed by the government on the 22nd of July 2022. This bill, Mr. Chairperson, provides us an opportunity not only to discuss the legal architecture around, or the need for a legal architecture around piracy, but more importantly also India's interests, India's strategic interests in the Northern Arabian Sea and the Western Indian Ocean, where a majority of India's trade passes through. It would be a trite to say that ungoverned spaces actually create the conditions for pirates to operate. And unfortunately, since 2008-2009, Somalia and Yemen have been in a rather disturbed state of affairs, and so therefore the Gulf of Aden, the North Arabian Sea, the coast of Somalia and Yemen have been piracy prone now for almost a decade and a half or not more. And for India, as the Minister was correctly pointing out, that the sea lanes of commerce, especially the ones which transit through these seas and also the ones which then transit from the Hormuz to the Malacca, really constitute the lifeblood of our global trade. And it was in the year 2009 that when the problem of piracy was really at its zenith, that a combined task force was set up, Task Force 151, 152 and 153. They were established and they were given a mission mandate in order to combat the problem of piracy. 34 nations, 6 countries got together to patrol almost 8.3 million square kilometers of international waters. And I must say that this mission has been successful in mitigating the impact of piracy to a great extent. India, of course, at that point in time, chose not to associate itself with the Task Force 151, 152, 153, which was operating out of the combined maritime headquarters in Bahrain, primarily because of the presence of Pakistan on these task forces. But I'm given to understand, I would be very interested to know from the Honourable Minister that I believe India has changed its mind and now we have decided to associate ourselves with these task forces. So it would be interesting to really understand from the Minister as to why this change of heart and change of mind has really come about. However, Mr. Chairperson, sir, something which is of extreme significance to our national security is the growing Chinese presence in these waters. China has operationalized its port in Djibouti. In fact, a recent report which was given by the Department of Defense to the US Congress on China's military power very, very specifically flagged the question of China's naval presence, and especially that the base in Djibouti would be able to host Chinese aircraft carriers and other Chinese PLA Navy assets in this particular region in a rather elevated or enhanced manner. Therefore, under those circumstances, more than piracy, it is actually the Chinese naval presence in the Northern Arabian Sea and the Western Indian Ocean which is going to become our foremost challenge. And therefore, I would like to ask, and interestingly, the Honorable Defence Minister is also here, and I had raised this in the Consultative Committee when we met in Mumbai just a week before, that perhaps India needs to really reconsider its forward-basing policy also, because you cannot have a secure Northern Arabian Sea and a Western Indian Ocean if you do not have bases to be able to forward deploy. And China has very, very successfully leveraged its debt diplomacy in order to expand its basing presence around the rim of Africa. So they are exploring bases in Madagascar in addition to various other countries. And I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, India had been in talks with Mauritius. I think we were doing something on the Agliga Islands. We were also doing something with Seychelles on the Assumption Islands. So therefore, it would be interesting if the Minister could throw light as to what really would, in the light of the changed circumstances, the geopolitical circumstances, not only in the Northern Arabian Sea and the Western Indian Ocean, but globally also, is India willing to really reconsider its policy of having bases abroad? And under those circumstances, if it's willing to reconsider that policy, then how really is the situation with regard to what we had in the works, Quay Mauritius and Quay Seychelles? Coming to the specific aspects of this bill, between 2016 and 2020, given that there have been 900 incidents of piracy globally, and India has about 10%, 10% जो लोग हैं जो इस मर्चेंट एक्टिविटी में भाग लेते हैं, वो भारतीय मूल के हैं, क्रूमैन और अफसर, और पिछले 5-7 वर्ष में 500 से ज्यादा भारतीयों को पायरेट्स द्वारा बंदी बनाया गया है। और इस संदर्भ में ये जो कानून सरकार लेके आई है, इसकी जरूरत तो थी और है, पर इसके कुछ अंश हैं जिसके ऊपर मैं सरकार का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। अगर मैंने माननीय मंत्री जी को सही सुना तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो स्थायी समिति ने सिफारिशें की थी, कुछ अंशों के ऊपर उनको उन्होंने संज्ञान में लेकर उसमें तब्दीली करने की कोशिश की है। But I would still like to point out certain ambiguities which continue to exist in the law and which need to be further refined, which need to be fleshed out or sharpened, because they are going to become an impediment with regard to international cooperation, which is the sine qua non of our entire anti-piracy effort. Now, if you were to, Mr. Chairperson, sir, direct your attention specifically to Clause 3, which says that whosoever commits any act of piracy shall be punished with imprisonment for life or with death if such person in committing the act of piracy causes death or an attempt thereof. Now, there is an inherent contradiction and an inherent ambiguity in this clause. And let me point it out why I'm saying so. The Indian jurisprudence in the Supreme Court has been extremely conservative when it comes to handing out death penalty. And they have repeatedly reiterated and stressed that only in the rarest of rare cases, death penalty should be given. I can understand the government's intent to try and deal with piracy with a firm hand, but even Indian law does not permit a death sentence or does not contemplate a death sentence where an attempt has been made which might result in causing death. You see, under the Indian Penal Code, attempt to murder, which is section 307 of the Indian Penal Code, is not punishable by death. So therefore, is the government trying to create new jurisprudence through this law, which then can be extrapolated to other criminal laws, whereby you are proposing that even the offense of attempting to commit murder and the statistics on people getting acquitted insofar as section 307 of the Indian Penal Code is concerned is very, very high. I would seriously urge you that I think either it is a drafting error or it is an inadvertent slip, but this needs to be corrected. I don't think a law, and even in terms of soliciting international cooperation on the question of piracy, if you have a law which punishes an attempt which has been made in the course of a piracy on somebody's life as punishable with death, that is not going to really bring the kind of cooperation which you would perhaps look for while operationalizing this law. Similarly, if I were to come to clause 4 in the bill, now may I, Mr. Chairperson, sir, just read it out. Whosoever attempts to commit the offense of piracy or aids or abets or counsels or procures for the commission of such an offense shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 14 years and shall also be liable to fine. Now, Mr. Chairperson, you are a lawyer yourself. We have another eminent lawyer sitting right there who's the Minister of State for External Affairs. Now, I can understand the word aid, I can understand the word abets, but counsels, how can you counsel an act of piracy? I have not been able to wrap my head around the word counsel. That, well, if somebody, aids in an act of piracy, he abets an act of piracy, he procures equipment which then is used in operationalizing that act of piracy, whether it is a boat or it is weapons, it is ammunition, etc. It's understandable, but counsels an act of piracy, I think there needs to be an explanation from the government as to, the minister wants to say something.
So I just want to clarify, possibly the member is reading from the earlier version of the bill, because in the official amendment which we have moved, the word counsel is replaced by conspire. So I just want to point it out. I think there is possibly some misunderstanding here.
I think possibly the revised version with the amendments has not been circulated, because when our office last checked, this was the only version of the bill, Mr. Chairperson, which was at least available to the members. You may have moved the amendment separately.
No. So far not moved, and it has not been circulated.
Yes.
Not to our knowledge. How we are able to discuss?
Honourable Minister, please check whether it has been circulated or not.
No. Where? We do.
No.
And passing in the last session, and at that time it could not reach, and it was circulated. All the official amendments have been circulated to at least to all the. If I have received it, then you must ask.
Well, Mr. Chairperson, then I think with great respect to Mr. P.P. Chowdhury, there seems to be some special treatment for the Treasury benches, but insofar as the opposition benches are concerned. But insofar as the opposition benches are concerned, when I checked it in the morning, the official amendments were at least not available to us.
Honourable Speaker, sir, my understanding is it was circulated on the 6th of December.
However, it is corrected now.
Mr.
Wait. Honorable Minister, the only thing is, now Minister is... No. Brave, 1 minute. Your point is, notwithstanding the correction made in this house, whether the due process has been taken or not. That is the question.
Yes, he is the chairman of the standing committee, unfortunately misleading the house. All the notices of amendments which were given during the last session will lapse on the day in which the house is withdrawn. So that amendments won't give any effect. The amendments have to be given in this session after issuance of the summons by the President of India.
Please, Minister.
That is our point.
On 6th of December.
No. Minister is categorical that it has been circulated on 6th itself. You want to reiterate it? Please.
Chairman, sir, the official amendments were circulated on 6th of December. So it is, what had happened was, I don't
The portal, how the members who are coming on 6th or 7th, the 7th, the bill is being taken for discussion. How we are able to go through the amendments and have a overview on these issues? It's very unfortunate. At least circulate among the members. At least the amendments may be circulated among the members, the hard copy.
Okay, my point is noted. We'll direct the Minister.
No, Mr. Chairperson, I think... No, Mr.
I think that we come to end. That it has been circulated. The time is the crux. Time is the crux. Such a delay should not be happening in future, please.
No, Mr. Chairperson,
please,
I don't think...
We can continue the debate.
No, Mr. Chairperson, I don't think the delay is the crux. What Mr. Premachandran was trying to say, and I would like to reiterate. The fact is that if amendments are circulated on 6th of December 2022, and the discussion is taking place on the 7th of December 2022, it is not a pro forma circulation which is important, that we've put it on the portal and we've done our job. I think it is also a question of propriety. If you are discussing a bill on the very next day, you should at least circulate the official amendments to the members, because not everybody goes on the portal every day to check as to what government has put on the portal and what has not been put on the portal. So therefore, going back to what I was saying, so if the government or if the minister has clarified that the word councils has been replaced by the word conspire, then, well, that makes it a full provision. Let me come to my next point, Mr. Chairperson. Now, Clause 9 and the proviso to it says that provided where such offence is committed on board a foreign flag ship, such court, which is a designated court, shall not have the jurisdiction to try such an offence unless the law enforcement agency or the public authority of the port or place where the ship is located has been requested to intervene by the concerned state whose flag the ship is entitled to fly, or by the owner of the ship or his master or any other person on board the ship. Now, this has very profound implications. For example, Mr. Chairperson, if there is a ship on high seas on which an attempt of piracy has been made, and there are Indian crewmen or Indian officers on board that ship, and there are unfortunate casualties, and therefore it is the Indian Coast Guard or the Indian Navy which responds to it and takes them into custody, is the government trying to say just because the ship is flying a foreign flag, irrespective of the fact that Indian nationals may have been involved in or may have been hurt in the process, the government or the designated court will not have the authority to try that particular offence? I think there is a clarity required, because if there are Indian nationals and we are actually enacting a law or putting in place a legal architecture with regard to piracy, so therefore it should extend to every ship which possibly has Indian crewmen or Indian officers on board. My final point, Mr. Chairperson, and I think which is important, is on the question of presumption. This law shifts the burden of proof and actually turns the principle of jurisprudence on its head, that you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, this is not the only law which does it. Even the Prevention of Corruption Act has that or shifts the burden of proof. However, my concern is that when you are talking about piracy, you are also implicitly talking about cooperation with other countries. Now, if you have a law where the presumption of guilt or the burden of proof has actually been shifted to the accused, and the accused has to be extradited from a third country, that third country is not going to extradite an accused who is already proven to be guilty till the time he doesn't prove himself to be innocent. This is actually going to become detrimental to your larger international cooperation in order to combat piracy rather than being an enabler. I would request the Minister to really reconsider this particular clause in the light of its practical implications when it comes to implementing it. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, I would just like to conclude by saying that this particular bill, when you look at it in its entirety, is a bill which India requires. But yes, there are certain specific issues which I have flagged, and there are a couple of more, since we are running out of time, which require the reconsideration of the government because, as I earlier said, they are going to become a problem when the operationalization of this bill takes place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shri P.B. Chaudhary.
Thank you very much, sir. I rise to support the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill. This bill was in fact needed much before because the United Nations Convention on Law of Sea, that was Convention of 1982, and thereafter India ratified in 1995. So almost 166 countries are member states. So I would like to, before I start, I would like to refer the speech of Honorable Prime Minister remarks at the United Nations Security Council high-level open debate on enhancing maritime security, a case for international cooperation. The ocean quote, "The ocean is our joint heritage. Our sea routes are the lifeline of international trade. And the biggest thing is that these oceans are very important for the future of our planet. But today, our shared maritime heritage is facing many challenges. Sea routes are being misused for piracy and terrorism. There are maritime disputes between many countries, and climate change and natural disasters are also maritime domain-related issues. In this broad context, we must make a framework of mutual understanding and cooperation for the preservation and use of our common maritime heritage. No country can make such a framework alone. It can only be realized through a common effort. It is with this thought that we have brought this important issue before the Security Council. I am confident that today's high-level discussion will guide the world on the issue of maritime security." Unquote. So, keeping in view these aspects, I extend my thanks to Honourable Minister that this is a very important legislation, because if we see the Indian Ocean region, almost 50% of the global sea trade and more than 1 lakh of the ships carried through this Indian Ocean region. And we are witnessing, and this from the long time, the robbery or hijacking for payment of ransom, and not only one particular part of the globe. In the sea, the Gulf of Guinea, Malacca, Red Somalia waters, all there are shipping routes. And after 2008, the Gulf of Aden and Seychelles and Mauritius are also subjected to many pirates. And this 2009 to 2019, almost 1,173 piracy and robbery were committed. Now, because we see that there is no separate legislation in our country, because the jurisdiction problem and there are so many problems, This is the reason that because in the IPC and CRPC, the piracy has not been treated as a crime. And the questions also because one of the case arose in this jurisdiction of the Indian courts, the Alondra Rainbow case of 1999, where the trial court prosecution was successful, but the High Court struck down and overruled on the jurisdictional ground, on the ground that the piracy is not a crime under the Indian Penal Code, and Indian courts are not having any jurisdiction with respect to exercise the jurisdiction with respect on the ground that the piracy is not a crime under the Indian Penal Code, and Indian courts are not having any jurisdiction with respect to exercise the jurisdiction with respect to any offense committed on the high sea. So this is the reason. So now question is, why this bill? What is the reason why government is bringing this bill? Because to arrest, investigate, and prosecute and provide the punishment, inflict the punishment, there is no provision in Indian Penal Code and there is no procedure in the Criminal Procedure Code. And this is the reason. And moreover, the word piracy has not been defined under the Indian Penal Code, therefore it has not been treated as punishment. The Indian courts are not having any jurisdiction with respect to the piracy committed on the high sea. And there is a jurisdiction problem. And apart from this, it is also a United Nations obligation, because the United Nations Convention on Law of Sea was adopted in 1982 and India ratified in 1995. Since there is no law on that in this area and this field is unoccupied, and for repression of the piracy, this law is needed. So if we go by chronological order, so earlier the bill was introduced before this House in 2012. It was sent to the Standing Committee. Standing Committee reported, it gave its recommendation, and again it was redrafted in 2018, redrafted after consulting this Law Ministry, Shipping, Ministry of Home, Ministry of Defense, Navy, Coast Guard, and legislation has also taken into consideration the law which is prevalent, the law made by the Australia, New Zealand and Sri Lanka. And we have also taken the guidance from the international this maritime organization. So if we see the objective of the bill overall, so basically it is the foremost objective is repression of the piracy on the high sea and empowering the competent authority for arrest, investigate, prosecute and inflict the penalty on the guilty. And it is also obligation of the United Convention on the Law of the Sea. And the piracy was not criminalized earlier. Now criminalizing the piracy is also one of the objectives of this bill. And apart from this international support anti-piracy operation by the Indian Navy, it will also help them. So apart applicability of the bill. So if we, from the coastline, the territorial water, we have exclusive jurisdiction, we can deal with under the Indian Penal Code and CRPC. But beyond the territorial water, in exclusive economic zone, we can utilize and this for the purpose of research and other purposes. But we don't have any jurisdiction and we can't invoke the provision of the Indian Penal Code and CRPC for prosecution and punishment. So that's why this law is needed, and so far as the territorial jurisdiction, it goes up to 12 nautical miles, that is equivalent to 22 kilometers, and exclusive economic zone, that is 200 nautical miles, that is equivalent to 370 kilometers. So in 370 kilometers, we were not having jurisdiction. That has also been treated in the high sea. So we are having the sovereignty. So far the territorial water is concerned, we don't have any sovereignty and we don't have any jurisdiction with respect to the exclusive economic zone and high sea. And this, if we see the bill, the definition of the piracy is as defined under the United Nations Convention on Law of Sea, adopted in 1982. There are 4 mandatory conditions. If we bifurcate the whole definition in 4 parts, then these are the 4 mandatory conditions for this, whether a particular act is this crime or not. First, this crime should be committed for private ends, number one, by any person or by crew or any passenger of a private ship. Number three, the place can only be the high sea. Number four, against another ship or any person or property on board such ship. Now question arises, if the crime is committed by the foreign ship, by the government ship, that is this non-commercial and this warship, then it is not included. So if it is a commercial ship, it may be a government ship. I think, to my mind, then this, because this is not clear on this issue, then on the basis of interpretation we can say, even if it is a government ship, it is involved in commercial operation and piracy is committed, then it is also comes under the jurisdiction. So the punishment of piracy, Mr. Manish Tiwari was referring about the committing of the piracy under this clause 3. So far the clause 3 is concerned, clause 3, whoever commit any act of piracy shall be punished with imprisonment, because it has been, official amendment is there, imprisonment for life or with fine or with both. And who causes the death or attempt, then with death or with life imprisonment. So I think this has been, official amendment is on the reason that the mandatory death penalty can't be inflicted. In one of the cases, the Supreme Court has taken the view that the mandatory death penalty is unconstitutional, and reason being, it is violative of Article 14 and 21 of the Constitution of India, that no person shall be deprived of life and liberty except in accordance with law. But law must be reasonable. So the no discretionary power has been given to the court to inflict that penalty, whether that penalty in the given facts and circumstances is needed or not. Therefore, the discretionary power can't be taken away from the court. So in state jacket formula, if such type of crime is committed, then the court must be given discretion, and this is the reason that I think it is a welcome move by this government, that they have this official amendment is there, that discretion has been given to the courts. So in fact, earlier the court has also struck down the article, this section 303 of the IPC, where a convict who is in the prison, serving the prison, if he commit a murder, then that person committed death, then that person the penalty is only the death sentence. So that provision has been struck down by the court, that the discretion should be, and some questioning should be there. In the given facts and circumstances, it is for the court to decide whether the death penalty is needed or not. So that is the reason. And apart from this, under the Arms Act, usage of prohibited arms resulting in death, then that provision is also struck down. So, and on the basis of this, some of the cases are also pending before the Supreme Court with respect to the mandatory death penalty on the Act of the SC/ST Act of 1989 and Anti-Hijacking Act of 2016. These cases are pending on this, and the government has this official amendment is there. So the word death penalty has been removed and word or is used, and that discretion has been endowed on the court. Now, if we go by the country-wise, some of the country like Singapore, Thailand and Malaysia, they have made the provision for mandatory death penalty if death is caused during the piracy. And in America, the punishment is for 20 years. And some of the more countries that no death penalty for the piracy is Kenya, Australia, Italy and Sri Lanka. My suggestion to this Honorable Minister about this, some of the provision, because I think so far as clause 3 is concerned, whoever commit any act of piracy, I think thereafter official amendment may be brought on it. Act of piracy, this is reference to the act of piracy, but it is not with reference to aids or abet or conspires or procures. Because the action and conspiracy, both should be added, but in clause 3, only the commission is added, not this conspirator. So this is missing, I think. And second part is second suggestion about it. And whereas in clause 4, if we read clause 3 and clause 4, then in clause 4, if we read clause 4, sir, then whoever attempt to commit the offense of piracy or word, this rightly used, word or aids or abets or counsel, instead of counsel it is conspire, or procures. These words should also be there in clause 3, immediately after the any act of piracy. Commit any act of piracy or. Because this clause 3 and clause 4, they must have the similarity, because in clause 4 the proper words are used, but in clause 3 these words of the aids, abets or conspiracy. The conspiracy part is missing in clause 3, which should be there. And this for attempt, this under clause 4, punishment for attempt to commit any piracy or aids or abet, conspire, this is because it can extend to 10 years. I am coming on the punishment. It is extendable up to 10 years or fine or both. But I fear that if any attempt or the commission offense is there, then the use of the word or, it gives too much discretion to the court, that if they can also impose only the fine. Instead of inflicting the penalty, I think too much discretion has been given to the court that even the fine can be imposed for this purpose. And again in clause 5, punishment or for organizing, directing others to participate, 14 years or with fine or both. This I am reading clause 5, sir. Whoever participate or organize or direct other person to participate in any act of piracy shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to, now it has been reduced to 10 years, and shall also be instead of and, now it has been substituted by the word or, shall also be liable to be fined. So the court can also impose the fine in all cases wherever the word or is used. So we can use the word immediately after the 10 years punishment and word and, fine or both. And finally, this I would also like to refer, arrest of person and seizure of ship, this clause 7, sir. Clause 7 says, this new clause has been added. The clause 7 says, the authorized personnel may either generally or on suspicion that a ship is engaged in piracy on the high sea, board such ship and arrest the person or seize the pirate ship and property on board. I am referring to the official amendment. And in official amendment, the word generally, either generally or on suspicion, because in the main act, the word suspicion we have not treated as a punishment. So if it is a suspicion is not a punishment under the word, when we define the word piracy, then we can't treat it as a punishment. So that's why it can also create a problem. And here they arrest the person or they seize the pirate ship. So we are giving the power to the authority. Either he can arrest the ship or seize the private ship. So if he only sees the private ship and he is not arresting the person, so this power is given, we are empowering the authority, either arrest the ship or seize the vessel, seize the private ship. So arresting the person is not mandatory. He can only seize the private ship and property on the board and finish his job, because he can say very well that I am acting in accordance with the provision of the law. And again, the word suspicion is not there. It has not been treated as punishment. So once we are not treating it as a punishment under the definition of the piracy, then it may create some problem. And about the authorized persons, there is no problem. And again, about the presumption. because Mr. Manish Tiwari ji has referred about the presumption. In some of the law, presumption, on the basis of the presumption, person can be prosecuted. But no doubt it depends upon country to country. But once the offense is extraditable, then it can be on the basis of the reciprocity. We can bring the accused here and prosecute. But the presumption of committing the crime, unless contrary is proved, we have under the bill, we have given the sufficient safeguards. The safeguards is, but because these are the mandatory safeguards, that the recovery of arms and ammunition. Once we recover the arms and ammunition, then presumption can be drawn. In absence of arms and ammunition, no presumption can be drawn. But so therefore, the sufficient safeguards have been provided under the bill that once the arms and ammunition have been recovered, or those are used or intended to be used, the evidence of force and threat is there, the evidence of intended threat is there. So in the bill, the sufficient safeguard have been taken with respect to the presumption. No doubt the presumption is that presumption of the guilt. So some of the enactment we have in this Prevention of Corruption Act like that, that is a valid enactment. So in this, when we are dealing with high C, so in case we don't draw the presumption, then it is very difficult to prosecute that person. Very difficult to collect evidence. But in the bill, the mandatory conditions have been provided and sufficient safeguard have been given and very fine balance have been maintained that unless there is no recovery. Simply on the basis of this provision, we can't say that only the presumption is there. But for the presumption, to draw the presumption, then the recovery of the arms and ammunition should be there. And those should be either used or intended to be used or force or there is a threat. Then only the presumption can be drawn. So therefore, there are sufficient safeguards in the bill. And on the point of the extraditable crime, because it is no doubt and deemed to be any other state on the reciprocity, if there is a reciprocity with the other nations, then we can extradite without any problem. But keeping in view, because every state must have their own legislation. But once we enter into this agreement is there, bilateral treaty is there, then there will be no problem for extraditable the crime. Basically, we have treated this crime as an extraditable crime. So on the basis of the reciprocity, there we can bring him back. Thank you very much, sir. And I support that the bill may be passed.
Steve, Mehtab.
Yes.
Sorry.
I had requested.
For flight.
As I have
And especially speaking after two legal luminaries, it is always a difficult part on my case because I have, though I am been elected to frame law, I have not studied law, nor any degree I have got from the law colleges or university. And second point which I would like to mention after hearing two colleagues of mine, piracy has not been there in the IPC. You yourself know, sir. The Indian Penal Code is just another version of Irish Penal Code. CRPC, of course, was framed in 1948, then subsequently number of amendments. The greatest pirate of this world were Britishers. Why would they frame a law to apprehend pirates? And that is the basic reason, and we have woken up after such a long time that we need to have a piracy law, and Prime Minister raised it in the United Nations. So coming to this bill, I'm really astonished by my predecessor, P.P. Chaudhary, my friend. Perhaps he was also heading that standing committee which went through this bill, and now his number of amendments have been accepted by the government, and still certain amendments have not been. But anyway, he must have gone through in detail, unlike Manish Tiwari, who is very much aware about it. There are certain apprehensions and also certain suggestions which I would like to make in a very brief manner. I would say Indian Penal Code provisions pertaining to armed robbery have been involved in the past to prosecute pirates apprehended by the Navy and the Coast Guard. But in the absence of a specific law on the offense of maritime piracy in India, problems were being faced to ensure effective prosecutions of pirates. This is the basic reason for which this law has been framed. I would say, under this bill, if a person, while committing an act of piracy, causes or attempts to cause death, he will be punished with death or imprisonment. That amendment has come. Supreme Court has, in Dalbir Singh versus State of Punjab and Mithu versus State of Punjab in 1983, this was in 2006, earlier one, ruled that mandatory death penalty for an offense violates Article 14 and 21 of the Constitution. The court has held that a provision that imposes a mandatory death penalty is arbitrary and unfair. The Supreme Court has, in Vachan Singh versus State of Punjab, also narrowed the application of death penalty to the rarest of rare.
He is having only 3 minutes, but however, just warning.
Sudden love for you.
Sir, this bill defines piracy, and here certain actions may fall on different offences and have differing penalties. And there are 3 or 4 in that line. And I would just mention it briefly. Any illegal act of violence, detention or destructions committed against a ship, aircraft, person or property, inciting or intentionally facilitating such illegal acts, or voluntarily participating in the operation of a pirate ship, any person who commits an act of piracy will be punished with imprisonment for life, death penalty, if the act of piracy causes or attempts to cause death. However, another clause in the bill provides for imprisonment of up to 14 years, along with a fine, if a person aids, assists, participates, organizes, or directs another person to participate in an act of piracy. Offences in both the clauses seem to be similar. It is unclear which penalties will apply under which circumstances. For instance, person A directs person B to damage a ship on the high seas. There could be 2 ways in which person A is charged: committing an act of piracy by inciting such act and thus be charged with life imprisonment or death, or directing another person to participate in an act of piracy and punished with imprisonment of up to 14 years, along with a fine. Sir, the next point which I would like to mention is the geographical applicability of the bill. And the minister very rightly mentioned about exclusive economic zone. But India has limited rights in the exclusive economic zone, such as the rights to explore, exploit, and manage natural resources. Currently, certain acts of piracy, such as acts of violence against ship and seizure of a ship occurring in the EEZ, are covered under the suppression of unlawful acts against safety of maritime navigation and fixed platforms on Continental Shelf Act, that is SUA Act 2002. However, the SU Act 2002 does not cover all acts of piracy as defined under UNCLOS. For example, an act of theft that does not endanger the safety of a ship in the EEZ will not be covered under the SUA Act 2002, but this would qualify as an act of piracy under UNCLOS and this bill. Sir, I would not go into the other aspects, but on international law, UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, is the first comprehensive enforceable international environmental law covering all forms of marine pollution, land-based, atmospheric, shipborne, and originating from activities on the seabed. UNCLOS of 1982 entered into force on November 16, 1994. Although many nations have signed and notified UNCLOS, their number has not been sufficient to bring it into force. Despite the fact that UNCLOS runs 320 articles and 9 annexes, there are still important issues that require further work. For example, controversies exist over overlapping jurisdiction of territorial waters, that is 12 nautical miles, and exclusive economic zone, that is 200 nautical miles. Therefore, my suggestion is the government must review the provision of death penalty for pirates involved in killing or attempt to murder cases in the proposed piracy bill, as the extradition of the accused may be difficult, which my friend Manish just now mentioned. The law must provide for legal immunity for acts done in good faith. My previous speaker just now mentioned if arms is seized, but arms for what? Ship may be carrying arms for their own safety, so that security personnel duly authorized by the government to deal with the problem get protection. International cooperation on the issue of maritime piracy at various international platforms should also be brought. All necessary steps should be taken by the concerned ministerial authorities. Sir, the bill, of course, is a landmark move to combat the issue of piracy at sea. However, the proposed law must be reviewed based on international laws. The provision of death penalty, as I have stated earlier, and I had moved an amendment last session, but I would say must be reconsidered to ensure better acceptance of the proposed law. With these words, I conclude, sir.
Sumadi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, sir, for having given me this opportunity to speak on this anti-maritime piracy bill. At the outset, I would like to associate myself with the Honourable Member of the Parliament, Dr. Manish Tiwari, to change the nomenclature as Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill. Sir, my story starts at sea, a perilous voyage to an unknown land, a shipwreck, the wild waters soar and heave, the brave vessel is dashed all to pieces, and all the helpless souls within her drowned. Thus, Shakespeare describes the natural calamities and dangers of a sea voyage. But apart from these, the pirates of the sea are the most dangerous threat, who seize, destroy any ship at high seas and sometimes even at the harbors at shore. Also, they are involved in many other illegal activities like smuggling and slave trades. So the sea piracy mafia needs to be dealt with iron fist. And so I really appreciate our government's initiative to bell the cat legally through this bill. So according to the International Maritime Bureau of the ICC, piracy attacks on ships were increased by 20% between 2019 and 2020. India is the largest stakeholder in maritime trade, having our crew and officers constitute nearby 10% of the global seafaring community. And thus it's high time to have this bill passed, and we have our Union Minister here right now for the External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who has labored much to bring this bill to see the light of the day. I appreciate wholeheartedly his efforts and hope this will bring sea changes in the Indian maritime history. Sir, the Union is bringing the law as part of the commitment made by India while signing the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, in 1982, and the UNCLOS was ratified by India in 1995. I welcome this bill, but would like to draw the attention of this august House through you to some major incidents. Sir, the introduction of this bill comes after some days after 18 Indians aboard a crude oil ship carrier were kidnapped off the coast of Nigeria. Some time ago also, the House would not have been forgotten. An incident had been reported about our fellow Carolite fishermen being killed by the authorities in an Italian naval ship. And since there was a lacuna in the legal system, much had been deliberated and spoken about, and even when we were waiting for the offenders to be punished, they were just let go, which was a very sad thing. And I like to bring those things, incidents, to the attention of this August House, because that's how this bill seems to be very, very important. So, to have a separate domestic legislature on piracy, as well taking care of the fellow fishermen from all the states of India is also very, very important.
Yes.
That's the point I would like to make here. So far, we have to rely on the Indian Penal Code relating to the offence of wartime piracy in India, and the penal codes are only applicable up to territorial waters. Also, the international naval presence in the Gulf of Aden made the pirate to have a paradigm shift to east and southwards. So, everybody's eyes are now up to the southern part. I appreciate the initiative to pass this bill after so much mulling over on discussions from 2019 onwards, as have been pointed out by my esteemed colleagues. However, during the 15th Lok Sabha, a redrafted bill was presented and it was lapsed. So why I am just pointing out the detailed efforts is, while so much effort have been taken by the Union government, showing keen interest and evident interest to safeguard Indians, our trade and other seafaring activities, sheer neglect has been shown to our Tamilian fishermen throughout. Aren't we the sons of Bharat Mata, as you proudly say? So whenever there is a Tamilian fisherman being attacked by the Sri Lankan Navy, the headlines will scream that Indian fishermen are attacked. Whereas in Gujarat, I won't budge in. Whereas Tamilian fishermen are attacked, the headlines will scream, Tamilian fishermen are attacked. I beg your pardon. But wherein Gujarati fishermen are attacked, then the headlines will say Indian fishermen are attacked. Why this stepmotherly treatment to us? Our Chief Minister, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, has umpteen number of times raised this issue, and our floor leader, respected member of the parliament, Sir T.R. Balu sir, also has raised this issue in the parliament. But recently, how many incidents have been, listed? See, 600 fishermen have been killed in the recent times, and thousands of their fishing vessels seized and damaged, more than 600 in the last 30 years. But the government is not taking any stringent laws through legal actions, rather than negotiations and table conferences and diplomatic talks. Also, sir, another important thing is, I would like to bring to your kind notices regarding the Kachathivu. Yes. So, Kachathivu was ceded to Sri Lanka in violation under the 1976 agreement, but without the approval of the two houses of parliament. Diplomatic efforts are of no avail considering the fishermen and other issues. India should step into action to reclaim and bring it under our sovereignty. If necessary, the International Court of Justice may also be approached. Sir, no doubt, I welcome this wonderful, important piece of legislation whereby the Union government is empowered to notify designated courts for the trials of piracy, and also to increase the scope of maritime navigation beyond the territorial waters to cover economic EEZ. So I have a request here to the Union Minister, kindly set up one or more courts of sessions in southern parts, especially in Tamil Nadu. Yes. That is our kind request. Yes. Especially in Tamil Nadu should be set up. Sir, as has been pointed out by the members of my respected colleagues here, the punishment of a death penalty is not at all advisable, and as had been rightly pointed out by the Union Minister here also, we hope that it would be abolished, because we have had this history of Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer, the pioneer of judicial activism, who is a strong advocacy against the capital punishment, and our CM is also, all of us are against it, and our own Mahatma Gandhi, we have him, who has said that I cannot in all conscience agree anyone being brought to gallows. Even countries like USA, Italy, who have been part of this, which have been refrained, they have refrained themselves from this capital punishment. Sir, I have a few suggestions also apart from this. The standing committee has stated the role, the one particular point, that the role of the state government has to be clearly defined. Yes. In order to emphasize and promote effective coordination mechanism. So kindly take that also into account. And again, sir, one more point. There is no mention of international cooperation for the repression of piracy in this bill, which should be addressed. And since our Prime Minister has proudly announced as the head of the G20 summit that one earth, one family, one future, I'd like to request our Honourable Union Minister through you, sir, that he has to consider our fishermen from Tamil Nadu also, because local issues are very, very important and it needs to be addressed. We are very happy. We welcome this bill, but still they have to take into account the plight of our fishermen. Hence, with all these suggestions and requests, I'd like to ask the Honourable Union Minister through you to take into consideration of the above points as well before passing the bill. Thank you very much.
Very good. Sri Redappa. Sri Redappa.
Sir, I would like to thank the Honourable Chairperson for giving me the opportunity to speak on the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. Sir, at the outset, I would like to bring out the importance of Indian Ocean. Sir, the sea lanes in the Indian Ocean are considered among the most strategically important in the world. More than 80% of the world's seamen trade is oil transit through the Indian Ocean choke points, with 40% passing over through the Strait Hormuz, 30% through the Strait Malacca, and 8% through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Further, roughly 55% of known oil reserves and 40% of gas reserves in the Indian Ocean region, sir. The increased significance of Indian Ocean region in the world geopolitics is one of the reasons behind the Pivot Asia policy, which former United States President Barack Obama had considered. The route between Asia and Europe and the east coast of Africa is used by 2,000 ships each month. The piracy in the Indian Ocean is not a recent phenomenon. According to the IBM Piracy Reporting Center, the total number of attacks in the Indian Ocean region that could be attributed in Somali pirates speaks in 2011, and when 237 incidents were incurred and soared 557 during the 5-year period between 2010 and 14. This number fell dramatically just 14 in the 6 years period between 2015 and 20, a drop that is widely regarded as a result of giant effort to reduce the crime at sea, sir. I would like to point out a few positives in the possible bill, sir. The applicability of this bill is exclusive economic zone. Sir, the Indian Penal Code is not valid for foreigners in international waters. Previously, pirates were prosecuted under the Indian Penal Code in 1860. However, Indian sovereignty is delimited by the outer boundary of its territorial waters, that is 12 nautical miles from the coast. Acts of piracy committed by a foreigner outside the Indian's territorial waters cannot be options under the IPC, and those accused piracy cases have been acquitted due to the lack of jurisdiction. However, the said legislation, if once implemented, will extend the scope of our jurisdiction to exclusive economic zone that is beyond 200 nautical miles from the Indian coastline, sir. The bill is necessary for economic development, sir. Sir, India's economic development is crucially dependent on the sea because of the the seaborne trade in the increasingly interlinked world, as well as because the potential of the vast economic resources of the ocean, sir. Indian maritime interests involved in safeguarding of our coastline and island territories, as also our interest in our EEZ, as well as in maintaining open, secure sea lanes in communication, sir. The third point is human risks, sir. The last year, 18 Indians abroad and crude oil carrier were kidnapped off the coast of Nigeria. Therefore, the risk attacked the lives of innocent Indians sailing in this region due to piracy incidents needs to be curbed at the earliest. Finally, Speaker, sir, India can become Vishwaguru with the implementation of this bill, sir. High seas are not under anyone's control. Most priorities that used to be captured till now used to be kept in a jail in Kenya administered by the United States. Thus, since right now no other country in the world has such laws in place, therefore implementation of such law will make India lead to the other nations in the collective fight against maritime piracy, sir. Hence, for all these reasons, I express our party's support for the bill. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Vinayak Raut, Mr. Vinayak Raut.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। एक समुद्री व्यापार और व्यवसाय के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या बनती थी समुद्री डकैती, उसके ऊपर सही इलाज निकालने के लिए और परमानेंट उसके ऊपर सॉल्यूशन निकालने के लिए इस बिल के माध्यम से एक सही कानून बनाने का प्रयास माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी ने किया है। इसके लिए मैं उनको सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देता हूं। और सभापति महोदय, इस विषय के ऊपर बोलने के लिए मुझे अवसर दिया, इसके लिए आपको भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। समुद्री डकैती उच्च समुद्रों पर व्यापार और वाणिज्य के लिए प्रमुख खतरों में से एक है। हिंद महासागर विश्व के तेल उत्पादन और वैश्विक समुद्री व्यापार में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है, लेकिन समुद्री लुटेरों, तस्करों और आतंकवादियों के कारण हिंद महासागर अत्यधिक असुरक्षित और अस्थिर है। यह पाया गया है कि समुद्री लुटेरों के हमले में दक्षिण पूर्व एशियाई देश सबसे अधिक प्रभावित बन चुके थे। यह अदन की खाड़ी में बढ़ी हुई नौसैनिक उपस्थिति के परिणाम स्वरूप है, जिसने समुद्री डकैती के संचालन को पूर्व और दक्षिण की ओर स्थानांतरित कर दिया और भारत के पश्चिम तट से उनकी निकटता बढ़ा दी है। खास करके सभापति महोदय, मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 3 दिसंबर 2019 को एक कच्चे तेल वाहक पर सवार कई भारतीय, करीबन 18 भारतीयों को नाइजीरिया के तट से अगवा कर दिया और बातचीत के बाद कई दिनों के बाद उनको रिहा कर दिया। लेकिन नाइजीरिया के तट के पास समुद्री डकुओं के द्वारा अगवा करने की अन्य कई भी घटना इसके पहले भी हुई थी। 2020 में भी दशकों से भारत को समुद्री डकैती के अपराध से संबंधित किसी विशिष्ट कानून के अभाव में ऐसी कई घटनाओं को सामना करना पड़ रहा था और इसीलिए 1995 में यूनाइटेड नेशन कन्वेंशन ऑन द लॉ ऑफ द सी में एक महत्वपूर्ण संशोधन किया गया और यह बिल उसी प्रतिबद्धता का एक परिणाम है। एंटी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी बिल 2019 जो समुद्री डकैती से संबंधित अपराधियों के लिए व्यक्तियों के खिलाफ मुकदमा चलाने और हमारे जहाजों और चालक दल को सदस्य की सुरक्षा सहित भारत के समुद्री व्यापार को सुरक्षा को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक अंतर्राज्यीय समुद्री डकैती विरोधी कानून बना रहे, ऐसा मैं खुद मानता हूं। पहले समुद्री लुटेरे पर भारतीय दंड संहिता यानी आईपीसी एक्ट के ऊपर 1860 के तहत सशस्त्र डकैती से निपटने के लिए प्रावधानों और विशिष्ट अदालतों के नौवहन अधिकार क्षेत्र के तहत मुकदमा चलाया जाता था। इसलिए भारत के जल क्षेत्र के बाहर किसी विदेशी द्वारा कई चोरी का कार्य आईपीसी के तहत अपराध नहीं माना जाता था सभापति महोदय, और इससे ऐसे अपराध निपटने के लिए यह बिल सही तरीके से एक महत्वपूर्ण बिल होगा और यह बिल सरकार को भारत के विशेष आर्थिक क्षेत्र के सीमा से सटे समुद्र के सभी हिस्सों के लिए एक प्रावधान करने का अधिकार इस बिल के माध्यम से मिल रहा है। सभापति महोदय, बिल केंद्र सरकार को संबंधित उच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश के परामर्श से प्रभावित कानून के तहत समुद्री डकैती के अपराधों के त्वरित परीक्षण के लिए कुछ अदालतों को नामित न्यायालयों के रूप में से निर्दिष्ट करने में सक्षम करेगा। लेकिन साथ साथ में मैं और एक भी विनंती करूंगा मंत्री महोदय से, जैसे कि पूर्व सांसद महोदय ने किया कि एक वेस्ट कोस्ट है, ईस्ट कोस्ट है, ऐसे क्षेत्र में भी न्यायालय का निर्माण होने की आवश्यकता है ताकि हमारे फिशरमैन को भी इस समुद्री डकैती जो है उससे कई समस्या को सामना करना पड़ता है। तो इस बिल में अधिकार क्षेत्र की सीमा, गिरफ्तारी और जब्ती, सजा और दंड मानवाधिकार पहलू के बारे में मुकदमे के लिए नामित अदालतों और प्रत्यर्पण के प्रावधान आदि के बारे में भी कई बातें स्पष्ट की है और उसमें वक्त में संशोधन करने की आवश्यकता भी रहेगी। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि नया प्रस्तावित कानून निश्चित रूप से अधिकारियों को पकड़े गए समुद्री लुटेरों पर मुकदमा चलाने में सक्षम बनाएगा, चाहे उनकी राष्ट्रीयता कुछ भी हो, और यह सदन इसे अधिनियम बनाने में मदद करेगा। समुद्री डकैती पर समर्पित अंतर्राज्य कानून के कार्यान्वयन से भारतीय नौसेना या तटरक्षक को राष्ट्रीयता का परवाह के बिना पकड़े गए समुद्री लुटेरे पर मुकदमा चलाने में जरूर मदद मिलेगी और इससे भारत को समुद्री डकैती से निपटने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रयास का हिस्सा बनाने में मदद होगी। साथ साथ में मंत्री महोदय से भी ये भी मैं एक विनंती करना चाहता हूं कि राज्य यानी अंतर्देशीय जो फिशरमैन है अपने अपने देश के अन्य राज्यों में, इसमें भी कई जगह पे समुद्रवार चलता है मंत्री महोदय जी। अभी जैसे कि साउथ के कई स्टेट के फिशरमैन महाराष्ट्र में आते हैं, गुजरात के महाराष्ट्र में आते हैं, महाराष्ट्र के अन्य कई जिले में जाते हैं, कई फिशिंग करते करते वक्त श्रीलंका में जाते हैं। तो ऐसे फिशरमैन को भी सही मदद करने के लिए या उनमें कुछ झगड़ा नहीं होने के लिए भी आप सही वक्त पे उसमें कानून बनाकर उनको भी मार्गदर्शन करेंगे, ऐसी मैं आशा व्यक्त करता हूं और सभापति महोदय इस बिल का मैं समर्थन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। श्री कल्याण बनर्जी।
Sir, I convey my thanks for giving me chance to speak on this bill. Sir, the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019 proposes Indian authorities to take action against piracy in the high seas. The bill brings into law the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, while applies to the sea beyond the exclusive economic zone, that is beyond 200 nautical miles from India's coastline. India signed the United States Nation Convention on Law of the Sea on 10 December 1982 and ratified it on 29 June 1995. Piracy is an ancient phenomenon and its history dates to hundreds of years. It was only in the 20th century that the codification of piracy-related customary laws and practices began. Sir, the marine environment after the 1972 United Nations Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment and the conclusion of significant specific convention, the London Dumping Convention of 1972 and the MARPOL Convention of 1973 became broadly accepted objective. According to the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, piracy is defined as an illegal act of violence or detention or any act of depredation committed for private ends by the crew or the passengers of a private ship. Sir, in accordance with the UN CLOS, the bill defines piracy as an illegal act of violence, detention or destruction committed against a ship, aircraft, person or property for private purposes by the crew or the passengers of private ship or aircraft. Sir, piracy there are different characteristics of piracy are there. I am not going there. Sir, I just come to very important part that apart from the International Maritime Organization as addressing maritime piracy for some time, sir, the Jeddah Amendment to the DGBT Code of Conduct 2017, DCOC, expanded to include human trafficking and other illegal maritime activities in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden area. There are so many activities are there in that. I am not going into details. During the period 2009 to 2019, over 500 Indians were captured by pirates around the world at various points of time. The United Nations Security Council, in a number of resolutions adopted since 2008, urged the UN member states to cooperate in investigation and prosecution of all persons responsible for acts of piracy, and further called upon states to criminalize piracy under their domestic law and to favorably consider the prosecution of suspected and imprisonment of convicted pirates. Now the question is that we can draw a line or can fence on a solid land, which is impossible to make a barrier or line on a liquid or on sea. Hence the system of state baseless is not applied by a state in such a manner as to another state from the high seas or an exclusive economic zone. Sir, I am giving one information, that's through my speech. The creeks along the coast in Gujarat and Sundarbans in West Bengal are the most preferred routes for smuggling and infiltrations. The security in EEZ is also very important, for which state police has no role to play. It is therefore important that imperative and corrective measures are implemented to address the inadequacies to realize the potential of maritime sector. ASG SCAG in its report has said that manpower shortage proved to be the major hindrance in functioning of marine police stations to vigilance of long coastline. The surveillance must be strengthened on international border, on high seas maritime border, and also special training to coastal police for posting in coastal police station. That's the problem is this training in the coastal police training, that's a very inadequate in our country, in every state where the sea coastal line is there. I will request the Honorable Minister to give stress on that, to see that these maritime police who are posted there, they should be well trained. Unless they are well trained, it cannot be detected, it cannot be captured. This is one of the arena which I have found, according to me, still we are weak in that. Now, sir, regarding punishment for piracy, the details procedure has been stated. I am not on that. I am on. See, the Supreme Court of India has also ruled that awarding a mandatory death penalty for an offence violates the Article 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution. and hence it is arbitrary and unfair in nature. Even in Section 303 of the Indian Penal Code and Section 27, subsection 3 of the Arms Act 1959, which provided mandatory death penalty for offenders, has been struck down by the Supreme Court. Kindly take note of this and consider this part. Now, what I am suggesting, instead of death penalty, whether life for imprisonment. Imprisonment means here, you know, now the interpretation, there is a change by the Supreme Court. Till the death, life imprisonment, instead of mandatory imposition of the death penalty. Kindly consider that part. This is a in England, the penalty for the offence of the piracy was a death penalty, but that has since been abolished. The penalty is now life imprisonment. That has been done. And India is also, our Supreme Court is also saying mandatory death penalty is a offending Article 14 and Article 21 of the Constitution. Mainly it is an offending Article 21 of the Constitution. Therefore, kindly just substitute these words with imprisonment for life if such person committing the act of piracy causes death or such endanger one's life on safety of a ship or an aircraft or any other means of public transport. Sir, so far my reading is concerned, so far I have made it, since I am a member of the Home Consultative Committee also, and occasions arose and where I got the scope to speak also. I will request 2-3 arenas that have to be given an emphasis, although we are supporting accepting that death penalty what I have stated, and this is all because of the adaptations of the various conventions I have already said in my speech. Now the first is this, what I have observed that even the state, this coastal police, there are coastal police limited. There, in every state, the training is essentially required. Essentially required. Do not compare them with the just local police, other police. This has to be given an emphasis, and you introduce that centrally. That training has to be taken, how it has to be taken, etc. That has to be given. Secondly, in the border area, where the state arena is over 8, possibly 8 NM. After the 8 NM, immediately in a national level, either your border security or whatever it may be, that you have to take care about that, because immediately after 8, the national level police, whoever is in charge, they have to take the responsibility of that. This is the arena. Arena is really remain no one's arena, and all that smugglers and all that things are being done in that arena. Kindly take care about this, and I have already said about the death penalty. With this, sir, of course, this bill was more earlier. It was required. We are doing it. Support.
Thank you, Sri Alok Kumar Suman.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, आपका मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने द एंटी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी बिल 2019 पर बोलने का मौका दिया। महोदय, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि भारत के पास समुद्री डाकुओं की पायरेसी के लिए कोई कानून नहीं है। उसको इंडियन पेनल कोड 1860 के तहत संप्रभु भारत के क्षेत्रीय जल यानी समुद्री तट से 12 नॉटिकल मील तक ही जो समुद्री डाकू या कोस्ट गार्ड के द्वारा पकड़े जाते हैं उनको प्रोजिक्यूट किया जाता है। यह विधेयक लाया गया है कि इंडियाज एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन की सीमाओं से सटे या उसके परे सभी हिस्सों यानी हाई सी पर समुद्री डाकुओं द्वारा जो घटना हो, जो पकड़े जाएं, उसको दंडित किया जा सके। महोदय, दिस लेजिस्लेशन is an outcome to the commitment made by the India by signing the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea in the year 1982. भारत ने इस कन्वेंशन को 1995 में रेक्टिफाई किया। इस विधेयक के पास होने से भारत के समुद्री व्यापार से जुड़े सभी सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी की जो बात कही गई है, इसे पूरा करना आसान नहीं दिखता। वर्ष 2009 से 2014 तक की IMO की रिपोर्ट के आधार पर 1173 पायरेसी और आर्म रॉबरी वेस्ट अफ्रीका और अपने तटवर्ती क्षेत्रों से रिपोर्ट किया गया है। इस अवधि में 500 भारतीयों को समुद्री डाकुओं द्वारा पकड़ा गया, जिसका अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं है। महोदय, अगर हम विश्व स्तर पर बात करें तो 2010 से 2021 का आंकड़ा देखें तो वर्ष 2010 में 4 से 45 जहाज़ों पर समुद्री डाकुओं द्वारा अटैक हुआ। वहीं 2020 में 195 और 2021 में 132 समुद्री जहाज़ों पर हमला हुआ। महोदय, यूनाइटेड नेशन ऑफिस ऑन ड्रग एंड क्राइम 2018 के रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 6 व्यापारिक समुद्री जहाज का हाईजैकिंग विश्व स्तर पर हुआ। 13 जहाज़ों पर अटैक के कारण आग लगी। 130 लोगों को बंदी बनाया गया और 78 अधिकारियों को जो जहाज़ों पर नौकरी करते थे उन्हें अगवा किया गया। इन समस्याओं को देखते हुए इस विधेयक में जो प्रावधान किए गए वह निश्चित ही समुद्री रास्ते से होने वाले व्यापार को सुरक्षा मिलेगी, लेकिन यह संदेह है कि यह बिल जान माल और इकोनॉमिक नुकसान को बचा सकेगी, क्योंकि इसका फाइनल करने के लिए केवल कुछ ही देशों यानी कि 4 ही देशों के लेजिस्लेशन को कंसल्ट किया गया है, जबकि समुद्र से सटे देशों से अधिक कंसल्टेशन होना चाहिए था। महोदय, पायरेसी का जो विषय है उसमें मंत्रालय का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, कई मंत्रालय का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, जैसा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स, डिफेंस, शिपिंग, लॉ एंड जस्टिस। इसलिए इस विषय में आवश्यक है कि सभी मंत्रालय या एजेंसी या डिपार्टमेंट्स का रोल क्लियर डिफाइन होना चाहिए, जो कि इस बिल में नहीं दिखता है, जो कि इफेक्टिव कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए आवश्यक है। महोदय, मेरा इस बिल में यह सुझाव है कि कोलैबोरेटिव इंटरनेशनल काउंटर पायरेसी उपाय यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड कॉन्टैक्ट ग्रुप ऑफ द कोस्ट एंड सोमालिया के साथ हो तथा इसका प्रावधान भी इस बिल में शामिल किया जाए। साथ साथ ये भी मेरा कहना है कि नेशनल कमांड कंट्रोल कम्युनिकेशन इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क, इंटरलिंकिंग 51 IN एंड ICG स्टेशन, ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन सेंटर्स, नेशनल AIS चेन और कोस्टल रडार को इस बिल के माध्यम से मजबूत किया जाए ताकि समुद्री व्यापार रास्ते को सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी मिले। महोदय, इस बिल के अध्ययन से यह भी महसूस हो रहा है कि इंडियन ओरिजिन के जो सस्पेक्टेड और हाई सी में एक्ट ऑफ पायरेसी में इन्वॉल्व हैं उनका एक्स्ट्राडिशन के लिए इंटरनेशनल कोऑपरेशन के प्रावधान में सुधार की आवश्यकता है। महोदय, ऐसा पाया गया है कि जो एक्यूज डेथ पेनाल्टी के लिए हैं उसको एक्स्ट्राडिशन करने में काफ़ी परेशानी होती है एवं शर्त के साथ एक्स्ट्राडिशन होता है कि डेथ पेनाल्टी नहीं दिया जाएगा। ऐसा कमिटमेंट सरकार के द्वारा किया जाता है। अतः मेरा इस बिल में ये कहना है और ये सुझाव है कि डेथ पेनाल्टी की जगह उम्र कैद या 12 साल या 16 साल की सजा हो और इस सब सुधार करते हुए इस बिल को पारित किया जाए। धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
थैंक यू। श्री दैनिश अली।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय कि आपने मुझे एंटी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी बिल 2019 पर बोलने का मौका दिया। सर, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बिल है। 2012 में ये बिल, सर डिपार्टमेंट का कोई मिनिस्टर नहीं है यहाँ पर मौजूद। सर नहीं सारे सब नहीं, हु इज टेकिंग द नोट? All ministers were talking to each other, to their colleagues.
No, he should speak and will come.
चलिए खैर, यही सीरियसनेस है सरकार की। सभापति महोदय,
yes, I know.
ओके, चलिए ठीक है। यही सीरियसनेस है सरकार की। बहरहाल देर आए दुरुस्त आए। 2012 में इस बिल को इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था, 14 से 19 का टाइम निकल गया। अब ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बिल है, इसकी सीरियसनेस को इस तरीके से खत्म ना किया जाए। मैं सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं सभापति महोदय, मतलब ट्रेजरी बेंचेस का ये हाल है, अपनी गलती मानने को तैयार नहीं है और जो है शोर मचा रहे हैं।
कंटिन्यू।
मुझे तो अपनी बात करने दीजिए, मुझे तो अपनी बात करने दीजिए।
I already told that minister is
I have already agreed.
Please address the chair, please.
सभापति महोदय, मैं तो आप ही को एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ प्लीज। अब ये जो है बार बार डिस्टर्ब करें, मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ ये इतना अच्छा लेजिस्लेशन है, बहुत जरूरी लेजिस्लेशन है। मैं सरकार को कॉम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा हूं कि देर आए दुरुस्त आए, ये बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी था। और मैं इस बात को मानता हूं कि पहले जमाने में धरती पर जंग हुआ करती थी, फिर हवा से हुई, अब असली खतरा पानी के अंदर है। और पानी के अंदर जो है आने वाला वक्त, अगर कोई युद्ध होगा तो वो पानी पे ही होगा। और पानी के अंदर अगर सिक्योरिटी के लिए हमारी सरकार जो है सीरियस नहीं होगी तो ये बहुत उसकी बात है। इसलिए मैं तो कॉम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा हूं कि सरकार इस बिल को लाई है, अच्छा बिल है। मैं सभापति महोदय, मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि देखिए ये 1982 में यूएन में ये हमारा जो कमिटमेंट था और फिर रेटिफाई किया 1995 में, उसके तहत ये बिल लाया गया। यूनाइटेड नेशन कन्वेंशन ऑन लॉ ऑफ सी अडॉप्टेड बाय इंडिया इन 1982 एंड रेटिफाइड इन 1995। लेकिन जो मेरे से पहले सभापति महोदय कुछ कुलीग्स ने यहां प्रश्न उठाए हैं, मैं उन पर भी आना चाहूंगा कि ये अभी तक जो हमारा सी के अंदर, समुद्र के अंदर इकोनॉमिक जोन होता था, उस पर हमारा अख्तियार था। लेकिन समुद्री डकैत जो होते हैं, जिनको हम पायरेट्स कहते हैं, ये किसी से छुपा नहीं है कि सैकड़ों बेगुनाहों को, भारतीय बेगुनाहों को उन्होंने किडनैप किया, कई की हत्याएं भी हुई। लेकिन क्योंकि कानून ना होने की वजह से वो सब, उन पर कोई बड़ी कार्रवाई नहीं हो सकी। कानून लाया जा रहा है, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन कानून बिल जो है वो ऐसा होना चाहिए, कानून ऐसा लाया जाना चाहिए क्योंकि इसके इंटरनेशनल रिपरकशंस भी होंगे। मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से और इस सदन में कई सांसद जो हैं ने बात रखी कि डेथ पेनल्टी जो है वो बहुत, ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा डेथ पेनल्टी शुड बी गिवन इन द रेयरेस्ट ऑफ द रेयर केसेस। लेकिन यहां हम अगर अटेम्प्ट टू मर्डर को के अटेम्प्ट को भी डेथ पेनल्टी उसका जो है क्राइम तय कर रहे हैं तो वो वाकई चिंतनीय है। मैं ये चाहूंगा क्योंकि जो लॉ बने उसको, क्योंकि इसका इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर भी इसकी स्क्रूटनी होगी, तो हम ये चाहेंगे कि डेथ पेनल्टी ना रह करके जो लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट है, लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट मीन लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट होना चाहिए पूरी लाइफ के लिए। और इसमें ये क्लॉज भी हो जाए कि सरकार को कोई रिमिशन देने का अख्तियारात ना रहे। जैसे इटली के 2 नागरिकों को जो पकड़े गए फिशरमैन्स की डेथ में, उनको छोड़ दिया गया। और यह जैसे गुजरात के अंदर अभी बिल्किस बानो के केस में सरकार ने लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट को 14 साल की सजा को रिमिशन किया, इस बिल के अंदर ऐसा क्लॉज डाला जाए कि जिनको गुनाह सजा दी जाए वो लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट दिया जाए, डेथ पेनल्टी ना हो, लेकिन सरकार के पास रिमिशन का कोई अख्तियारात नहीं रहना चाहिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
श्रीमती सुप्रिया सुले, व्हाट इज इट?
किस बानों का मामला है सर, वो सब जुडिस है। जो इन्होंने बात किया उसको एक्सपंज कर दीजिए सर, आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट है।
आई विल लुक इनटू, चेयर विल लुक इनटू। सुप्रिया सुले, you made your submission, chair will look into, don't worry. Supriya Sule, nothing will go on record except Supriya Sule, please.
What's wrong with it?
Sir, thank you very much. I stand here in support of this very important bill that we are all discussing today. I appreciate all the points and the clarifications the Honourable Minister has given. So there's really very little left in the scope of the bill. I would, on the outset, like to thank the External Affairs Ministry, which is always very indulgent. Every time there is a crisis of anybody, either from my state or my constituency, every time I've reached out to them via a tweet, they've been most helpful. So I would like to put it on record and thank the Minister and the entire External Affairs Mantralaya for all the good work that they do. But there are a few suggestions. There are just few suggestions and clarifications I would like to ask the Honourable Minister. Most points are already covered, so I won't repeat them. But look at the Russia and the Ukraine war. During this war, there has been an incident where there is a boat which was full of food, which was attacked. Now, how do we deal? We all know, and many people before me have talked about it. Now, the next wars are not going to be physically attacking each other. These are going to be cyber attacks. So in this bill, there is nothing that has really come clearly about cyber attacks or how you're going to address cyber attacks in the future, because this bill is not only about today or yesterday, it's about something we want. Legislation also has to be very futuristic for 25 years, 30 years. Of course, we can change it and we evolve while the journey goes on. But in today's day and age, the only disappointment for me is there's no mention of any cyber attacks or how are we going to handle a situation like that. Because still that boat with food was attacked and nobody still knows who's taken it, how it's gone, where is it gone, and millions of people are hungry because of this gap or disruption that has come. The other point is talking about extraditions. Also, a lot of people did talk about extradition. Sir, extradition treaties are something, because if we arrest somebody or we want to arrest somebody and the person leaves the country, how are we going to bring them back in a time-bound manner? Because otherwise they'll be going. And I didn't want to make it political, but I would just like to give a small example. And please, I'd like to put it on record. I'm just drawing parallels for laws that we have made. And I'd like to give two examples. It's like the Nirav Modi case. Have we been able to extradite him and bring him back? The answer is not yet. So this is not a political point, but if we not been able to bring somebody back who has created such a big fraud, is what we hear from the government for so many years, how are you going to implement this law is my first question. That's the parallel I'm drawing. So, and the second parallel I'd like to draw, because my colleague and friend P.P. Chaudhary as well as Manish Tiwari both talked about it. You are drawing a parallel of this law when you talked about clause 11, where you talked about presumption, and you both took the example of PMLA. Now, I'm just broadening the scope. Again, this is not a political point. Again, I reiterate, I'm drawing a parallel. I'm not making an allegation. But in PMLA, again, it goes the same way, is what I understand from what P.P. Chaudhary, and these are all lawyers. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand law as well as these two lawyers understand it or interpret it. I am just a novice at all this. So my question to the Honourable Minister is that if PMLA, like you rightly, both of you drew parity in it, that the whole, you have to prove that you're innocent. Now, I'll give you a small example of Sanjay Raut, who happens to be a part of this thing. He was arrested. He was left after 103 days. And the order which came out said that, I'm just using it as a parallel, I'm not making an allegation. So all that he said was, the order says, I'm not saying, this is what the judge and the court says, that there was no case against him, and how was he arrested? So my limited question to you is that you yourself, I mean people from the Treasury as well as the opposition, has drawn the same parity that PMLA has ambiguity and it has presumption. So I think we should be careful while making laws, and I clearly remember I'm so glad Mr. Dubey is in the House right now, because he talked about this ambiguity when this bill of PMLA was discussed. And I still remember, and he said it can. Now I'm not getting into the merits whether this government is using it on the opposition or not. That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I want to debate here or discuss here. My limited point is that when we make laws which are so important, and if we feel, and like a consensus of the House, that everybody is supporting this law, but if there is ambiguity and there is presumption, then should we make maybe mistake, maybe a wrong word, but should we follow, if we have doubts about what we did in PMLA, should we repeat those ambiguities and presumptions so that no law should get misused? That's my limited point. So I just want this clarification about the death penalty. Plenty has said about clause 3, the Chinese naval presence, but I know these are very sensitive issues, and I do respect that the Honorable External Minister may not be able to speak freely about these relationships. This is not also the agenda for it or the place for it, but I would like to request him on this occasion that there is always in society and in newspapers, if you read, there is always this sort of, the pot is boiling somewhere. So if the External Affairs Ministry would have a broader discussion on our relationships, because Meenakshi Lekhi ji was very kind enough by reading out all the accolades of this government and so many wonderful things that they have done and hosted so many people and been hosted by so many people. We're all very proud of it as Indians. But we would like to know, and why not have a broader discussion on China-India relationship? I think this bill is welcome, but we can't leave China and our relationship with all our neighbors when we discuss these kind of bills. So my only request to you is, if while I draw these two parallels, one, you missed my one point, so I'll just repeat it quickly, is about cyber attacks. Because in Russia and Ukraine, in that entire fight, there were food ships which were taken. Now, how do you bring accountability, or who do you really punish in such a situation, which is not covered here? So just two short points, either cyber attack clarification, and Mr. Chaudhary and Manish Tiwari drew the parallel of PMLA. So if you could kindly clarify. And I support this bill. Thank you very much.
Sri Mohammed Bashir.
Sir, I support this bill. I feel that this is in the best interest of the nation. With coming to the bill, sir, with regard to definitions, there are clarity in this. There is no ambiguity in this. And in that way also, it is drafted nicely. Sir, the Committee on External Affairs, which scrutinized this bill, has said, I quote, committee therefore desired to cover all means of transport on water and sea. The word vessel should be added along with the ship and aircraft. Moreover, along with the crew, the passengers and the presence of any other person on ship, bar aircraft, and private ship is also possible. The committee therefore would like that the word any person should also be incorporated suitably, and the ship and the aircraft should also be defined in two separate subclauses in the light of definition of the object and the relevant act to cover all kind of possibilities. I hope that government will seriously consider this observation of the Committee on External Affairs. Sir, this Act stipulates volume of punishment, and India's need to have a separate legislation on this, and necessity of establishing the designated courts to address this issue. All these kind of things are most welcome. Sir, this widen the scope of lawmaking. The bill has been drafted in accordance with the United Nations Convention of Law and Sea adopted by India in 1982 and ratified in 1995. The committee now hope that the new proposed legislation will definitely enable the authorities to prosecute the apprehended pirates, irrespective of the nation. The number of UN resolutions have been passed to facilitate the nation to enact legislation of the piracy by adopting definitions suggested. So that also may kindly be taken into consideration. Sir, the need of legislation, I need not say much about that. That is very, very vital, because, sir, this kind of crimes in this sea are increasing day by day, whether it is in the way of robbery or any kind of ill motive, this kind of things are increasing. A dangerous situation has arisen in the country, not only in India, other countries also, sir. Our committee has suggested after 2008, the major part in piracy attack was witnessed in the Gulf of Aden by pirates of Somalia. Committee also observed that the threat of piracy has mushroomed enormously. That also is a very important thing to be noted, sir. Towards sir, and I would like to make small 2-3 suggestions, sir. Further probe should be done in order to make the things in a proper way. What are the costs of piracy and how to do this compare to the expenses required for mitigation? 2, sir, what is the best way of countering armed maritime violence in region chronic lawlessness and anarchy? 3, sir, is a current international legal framework for countering piracy is sufficient or not? If not, what the government is going to do in that? What is the extent of government responsibility for countering piracy and what role should be a private sector can do in this? These are all certain things which I would like to say, sir. Anyhow, sir, it's a very good legislation and it is a very good intention. I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you very much, sir.
के सुरेश जी 5 मिनट एन के प्रेमचंद 6 बजे
प्रेमचंद्र करेंगे 6 बजे थैंक यू Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for affording me this opportunity to speak on this anti-maritime piracy bill 2022. Sir, I fully support the bill. Honorable Minister, please. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Minister in comprehensively piloting the bill in a very structured and diplomatic manner, for which I would like to place it on record our appreciation. It's really a model to all other ministers also, the way in which it was presented. And also I would like to take this opportunity to thank to the Honorable External Affairs Minister for accepting my amendment. My amendment number 6 is accepted in your official amendment, for which also I am thankful to the Honorable Minister for accepting my amendment and moving it as an official amendment. Pardon? Yeah, other 5 amendments I will be moving, it will be accepted in future. Sir, it is quite unfortunate to note that India, such a larger country, is having no separate, distinct domestic legislation in dealing with the piracy issues. The menace of piracy is increasing like anything, and we are adversely being affected because of the reason by which we are not having a domestic legislation so as to combat the piracy in the seas. Sir, our country, especially the Indian Navy and the Coastal Guard, is facing big difficulties in combating the maritime piracy only because of the reason by which we do not have a comprehensive legislation to combat this piracy in the maritime piracy. So my first suggestion is, sir, I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister regarding the Italian Marines case, that is Enrich Lexica case, which was well agitated in the international courts of justice, and even the Supreme Court has also dealt in detail. I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister, in which also still the judicial proceedings are going on. When 2 fishermen belonging to my constituency in Kollam, Nindagara, was brutally killed by the Italian Marines, big controversy has come regarding the jurisdiction where the case has to be agitated or the case has to be instituted. Such a big problem was there, big controversy was there, unfortunately, and the justice was given to the victims or the relative successors of the victims after a long time. So my suggestion to the Honorable Minister and the government is, we should have a comprehensive legislation so as to determine the jurisdiction in the case of this international waters or waters according to the norms and guidelines of the International Convention. Because United Nations Convention on Laws on the Seas clause is specific. So if the country, the domestic countries or the signatory countries or the signatory states are having ample freedom to have legislation of their own, but it should be within the stipulated norms of the convention, rules and regulations. If that be the case, my first suggestion is the government of India should have a comprehensive legislation in respect of the crimes in the seas. Sir, coming to the bill, I fully endorse the views, and it is a scrupulous scrutiny of the provisions of this bill by Manish Tiwari ji regarding clause 3, clause 4, clause 6 and other provisions of the bill. So regarding the clause 3, it is absolutely a correct fact because the death penalty, it is being disapproved by the Honorable Supreme Court. It is in the rarest of the rare cases it is being given. Now, by way of the official amendment, you are providing a discretionary right to the Supreme Court or to the concerned court. Yes, it is absolutely okay, and we fully welcome the official amendments. But at the same time, we have to be more clear regarding the jurisdiction of the cases and the way by which the case is to be investigated. So regarding, clause 6, you are defining a police officer. That is, notwithstanding anything contained in the code, the central government, for the purpose of this act by notification, confer the powers of arrest, investigation and prosecution of any person exercisable by a police officer under the code. So I would like to move an amendment. The police officer means the police officer has to be designated. What is the rank of the police officer? That has to be designated in specific. Otherwise, it will also be creating problem in the future because it will be agitated in the courts of law. And also regarding so clause 8, for the purpose of providing speedy trial of offences under this act, the central government has, after consulting the Chief Justice of the concerned High Court, my suggestion is, after getting concurrence from the Supreme Court, so concerned Chief Justice of the concerned High Court, that has to be made. That is an amendment which I have already given notice of an amendment. And it is a welcoming step on the part, because I am also part and parcel of the Standing Committee on External Affairs. We had threadbare discussion of this bill, and we had a very scrupulous scrutiny of the bill, and most of the suggestions of the Standing Committee has been accepted by the government, for which also we are thankful to the government. And this proclaimed offender in absentia, that has been removed. And also we have to be very careful about clause 11 of the bill. That is the burden of proof. It is a well-accepted jurisprudence, principles of Indian jurisprudence principle, that you are, unless and until you are convicted, the presumption of law is an innocent. The burden of proof is on the convict. I don't know the legality of this clause in the courts. When this will be agitated in the courts of law, it will be a clear case of confusion, though that has to be clarified by the Honourable Minister. These are the provisions by which I would like to seek clarification on these issues. And another issue which I would like to highlight or draw the attention of the Honourable Minister regarding one of the major issue. Recently it has occurred. Now 30 Indians, I would like to draw the attention of the Honourable, this is also in the name of piracy. 30 Indian citizens have been arrested and they have been captured by the request of the country, the Nigeria. They have requested for arresting 30 Indians who were in a vessel, out of which one third officer who belongs to my constituency, one Vikraman Nair, he is the third officer. He is also now in facing trial in Nigerian courts. I would like to urge upon the government and the minister, please look into the matter, and probable and maximum diplomatic assistance has to be provided them. And nowadays we are getting series of complaints from them. Sir, yes, sir. They are not even allowed. They are not even allowed to have the mobile phone to their relatives in the country. So kindly have a diplomatic intervention in this matter so as to rescue all these Indian prisoners or all these persons who are facing trial in Nigeria. With these words, once again I support this bill. Thank you very much, sir.
K. Suresh ji.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Give me opportunity to participate in the discussion of this important bill, the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. Sir. So the bill brings the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea into domestic law and enable Indian authorities to take action against piracy on the high sea areas. What essentially one gets to understand is that through the bill, the government of India becomes a party of the UN-led International Convention on the Law of Sea and get more to our difference of piracy. Our deterrency on the piracy. However, there are certain areas of concern regarding the ambiguity present in the bill. Before moving to those issues, let me remind you to current incident wherein 16 Indian seafarers of merchant vessels named Heroic Idun, who are now under the custody of Nigerian Navy and are taken to the land of interrogation, which is far from any judicial dignity. Just now, Honorable Member Sri N.K. Pravindran also mentioned one Vijit Vikraman case. So this is very much embarrassment of their family as well as the members of parliament in Kerala. The parents of this Vijit Vikraman and others contacted us. We also contacted to External Affairs Ministry as well as our embassy of Nigeria. But we couldn't get a proper reply from the External Affairs Ministry and also our embassy. They are not giving proper reply or not given any intervention of the results. So I would like to again bring your attention, sir. Still this problem is not solved. Their family members are very much shocked, and I would like to request to sort out this problem at the earliest. Sir, and also, sir, many of the vessels, the poor vessel workers, those who are working in the maritimes, they are unnecessarily arrested by the Nigeria, African, especially the Ghana, Nigeria, so many countries. So without any reason, they are deliberately arresting the vessels and taking to custody. This is the situation time to time in our Indian workers, those who are working the various vessels. So I would request the government to initiate further discussion to secure the release and help them reach safely India fast possible. And any discussion on maritime piracy, where India is a party to, must consider the pain and desolation of illegal detaining of Indian seafarers or the other nations, and securing them must be policy priorities. So, Speaker, sir, let me come to the other issues pertaining to the bill. Jurisdiction issue. The bill will be applied to the sea beyond exclusive economic zone, EEZ, that is beyond 200 nautical miles from India's coastline. However, it is unclear if it will apply to EEZ that extend between 12 and 200 nautical miles from the coast of India, which means that area of jurisdiction being unclear will result in loopholes for pirates and other criminals. The government must take it up the provide clarification, sir. The bill states that for the committing acts of piracy, the convict shall be punished with imprisonment for the life of death. It is unclear in the bill that how the overlap of the 14 years term and the life term will be determined, since committing an act of piracy will necessarily include participation as well. Sir,
के सुरेश जी तक बोलने तक बढ़ाई जाती है, पर 2 मिनट में खत्म होगा.
Yes, yes, I'm concluding, sir. Sir, issue with the death penalty, Supreme Court of India has advocated for the use of extreme punishment in the rarest of rare according to the top court. The death penalty violates Article 14 and 21 of the Constitution, frame the piracy in the ambit of domestic jurisdiction, and how to address the areas of overlap from the what makes rare case, and how the brutality piracy is defined needs clarity. This bill further states that the designated court will not be jurisdiction over offence committed on the foreign ship unless intervention is requested to the country of origin of the ship, the ship owner or any other person on the ship. But the question remains as what the crime committed to a foreign ship is intended to harm India interest. Sir, finally, these questions need to be answered by the rights of Indian fishermen who are illegally detained and brutally assaulted by the Lankan Navy. Is a case point as how would be the law treat the action by foreign governments, naval force, whether as an act of crime or an act of their national maritime security policy, and under the new law. Its application extend beyond 200 nautical miles, and how would the legality concerning the new law endorsed? With these words, sir, I once again support this bill. Thank you, sir.
इस विधेयक को हम फिर डिबेट और आगे भी करेंगे और उस समय मंत्री जी का जवाब मिलेगा. सभा की कार्रवाई कल गुरुवार दिनांक 8 दिसंबर 2022 को 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.